This open meeting of the Triton Regional School Committee is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, and the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the Governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. I hereby call to order the August 10th, 2020 meeting of the Triton Regional School Committee at 6:30 p.m. I am Narissa Wallen, Chair of the Triton Regional School Committee, and I would like to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Committee members first, Erin Berger.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Paul Goldner.
Here and I can hear you.
Maureen Heffernan.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Caitlin Hunter.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Paul Lees.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Linda Litkovsky. Linda, I know I saw her come in.
Yep, she's here.
Oh, there she is.
I can hear you.
There she is.
Thank you. Paul Mayette
I'm here and I can hear you.
and Tina Sortzis.
I'm here and I can hear you.
All right. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Triton Superintendent Brian Forget.
I am here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Triton Assistant Superintendent Kimberly Croto.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thanks. Sorry, that was a mouthful all of a sudden.
It's okay.
School Business Official Kyle Warren.
I am here and I can hear you.
Thank you. And Special Ed Director David McGee.
I am here and I can hear you.
Thank you. All right. For this meeting, the Triton School Committee is convening remotely via Zoom using the information posted on the district's website identifying how the public may join. If you are personally attending by video conference using your device's camera, please be aware that others may be able to see you. Committee members and administrators, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the district's website with the agenda posting unless otherwise noted. And of course, the big thing tonight that is elsewhere is the plan, the draft of the final plan, which is on the Triton Stay Connected site. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. And I'll read aloud the district vision statement. We're a community of learners known for our unwavering commitment to meeting the needs of all students. Through the adoption of best practices and our active partnership with families and the wider community who are united in supporting the development of engaged, successful, responsible, resilient learners, students will be well prepared to be ethical, empathetic, and contributing citizens. All right, legalese aside, welcome to the August 10th meeting of the Triton School Committee. I'm Narissa Wallen and I chair the committee. We have some big topics on the agenda tonight, but before we got there, I just wanted to say some thank yous because we are going through the initial draft of the final plan tonight. And there have, I'm going to guess, been thousands of man hours involved in the process leading up to this. Special thanks goes out to the reopening working group, which were students and parents, staff members from all disciplines and all schools who pitched in to help with a lot of the detail work. I want to put a special thank you out to the 5 school principals who were instrumental on that working group. The administrators who have worked so hard on this, Brian, our superintendent, Kim, who led the working group, Kyle, David, Chris Walsh, Lucinda Ward from Food Services. There were so many hands in planning this and kind of putting it together. The school committee has been through the wars and back again, I feel like, in the last couple months. So thank you for that. And thank you to the families who sent in feedback, who answered the surveys, participated in the discussion forums. That is all tremendously helpful as we're gathering feedback. And a special thank you to our towns as well. We've had to do a lot of work lately with our town administrators, with our to the town health agents and the public health nurses. Some of them actually made their time available to be on a live school committee meeting in the not so recent past, and they've definitely made the time available to meet with the district to talk about kind of the ins and outs of the health side of this. Just a quick recap on the process as far as where we are today. The reopening working group that I mentioned actually started meeting even before school ended for last year. So they were meeting in June. We have been working off a variety of sets of guidance from the state. The first one was issued June 25th, and we started kind of building plans around that as best we could, even though there were a lot of gaps in it. We continue to get guidance into July through up until really about a week ago, I think, was the last set that came out. And we still have some that's yet to come. So there are going to be gaps in the plan just based on the fact that we don't have, for instance, anything about athletics right now. Maya and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education are still working on that. So we literally don't have some of that information, and we'll be, that'll be kind of an after the fact pulling it together. The school committee has been meeting weekly, if not more frequently. We've been doing a lot of the big work, working on policy, talking about kind of the larger aspects of this. Excuse me. Working on negotiations, talking about the budget and how the budget might affect the plans that are being made. The reopening working group has been working through more of the details on this, and then it's been working right down into the schools in recent weeks as they're getting into literally where is a one-way hallway, that type of thing, and into schedules and everything along that line, down into the real details that go into this final plan. It's been said to me many times over the past couple of weeks that that no one is going to be happy with the final plan, and I think that is absolutely true. I cannot tell you literally one email after another, and they're direct opposites of what parents or educators would like the final plan to look like. If anybody who's on social media, you've probably seen the back and forth where someone puts out an opinion and there are people of the exact opposite opinion commenting on that. It's a really difficult situation. There are a lot of polarizing views, and all I can say is I think the committee and the administration has gotten the process right on this. We've been meeting in public. It's been transparent. We've been meeting frequently. We've been talking to the towns and the health departments within the towns to make sure that we're kind of matching up with the plans that they're sort of making separately. I don't know what to say about that other than I think, we've gotten all the feedback from all the right people, from students and parents and towns and, everyone that would be involved in this the best that we can. And now we're just down to a decision that, like I said, I don't think any person is going to be totally happy with. So we just have to do the best that we can tonight. So tonight is the night where we'll make a decision about the final model that the district will end up in, at least for the beginning of the school year. There are two options that are available still after the process that we've been through, and those are a hybrid model and a fully remote model. So we'll be talking about both of those tonight. We're going to start off with public comment, though, before we kind of get into the meat of talking about budget updates and then that final plan. The public comment is a section of the agenda that allows the public to have their say. It is unfortunately not a discussion. I know a lot of people loved the discussion forums that we had, which were great. But once we're in a meeting of the full school committee, it does have to become pretty much a statement of your feelings, and it can't be a question and answer sort of situation. So I'm going to read aloud the public comment guidelines real quick, and then we'll get into that section. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public, the meeting host muted you as you entered the meeting. If you would like to address the committee, please indicate now that you would like to do so, either by raising your hand on your video call, using the raise hand option on the participant screen, or using, sorry, we cut out the chat option, I believe. The meeting host will unmute you so that you can address the committee. Please refer to the public comment policy language on the agenda when making your comments, and remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. When you have finished speaking, the meeting host will mute you again, and I will just real quick go over the guidelines that are on the agenda. Members of the public may address the committee for up to 3 minutes, longer with the permission of the chairperson. The committee will not engage in a discussion on topics raised during public comment, but may choose to add the topic to a future agenda. This agenda segment will be limited to 15 minutes unless extended at the discretion of the chairperson. So that said, if you would like to make a statement to the school committee tonight, you have the option to do so. You can do that either, again, using the raise hand option. That's part of the Zoom interface. On most versions of the app, that can be found in your participants window. So if you mouse over down the bottom of the screen, there are different windows that you can bring up, and one of them will be participants. And raise hand, excuse me, will be in that option. Or you can use if you have your video on, simply raise your hand and I'll try to scan through all of the 225 odd people that are on this call and find any raised hands. Needless to say, the raise hand button is my preferred method since there are a lot of windows to scroll through here. All right. So apologize. I am probably going to murder your name, but it looks like M. Pasella. You can unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes.
That's correct. Thank you.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I'm just sort of trying to wrap my head around both of the presented options, the modalities that are going to be discussed. And as a single working mom, just curious if there's been any discussion on how we're supposed to navigate the days where the students will be remote, if there's any sort of programming through like the Boys and Girls Club or anything that's going to be offered to people who are sort of in my position of things. I know I'm not the only one. I have fragile parents that I cannot ask to watch my kids. So I was just hoping that some sort of offerings or direction could be shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wants to address the committee during public comment? Sorry, I'm doing my window scroll again to see if I see any hands raised. I do not see any more.
I don't see any either.
You don't see any other? Okay, perfect. And I just wanted to acknowledge, we as a school committee have a one non-voting member. She's actually a student representative to the school committee, and we have one every year, but this year's has been absolutely invaluable. So I also want to recognize Kaylee, who just joined us, and she'll be speaking here tonight as well. Like I said, she's a non-voting member, but she is more than welcome to make comments. She's been the voice of the student body for us, and I'm sure she will be adding in some additional information tonight. So Kaylee, just to double check, can you hear us, and can you just double check and make sure that we can hear you?
I can hear and see you.
Thank you, Kaylee.
Thank you.
All right. So the next item on the agenda is the fiscal year 21 budget update, and I'm going to hand it over to the Triton Superintendent, Brian Porgett.
Thank you, Narissa. So this is are you going to take over admitting duties? So this is just a quick update. We received information from the state. We do not have a confirmed budget yet for fiscal 21. Many of you will know by listening and to State House News and other sources that we now have a 3-month budget through October. But in that budget that was signed in most part by the governor last week, that actually confirms local aid to cities and towns, and it confirms Chapter 70 to schools. So we're in July, we're in August now. So what, 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago, 3 months ago, as we were ending the school year, we were receiving suggestions from legislators to assume we might be getting a 20%, 25% reduction in our funding, which would be cuts of $2.5 million. So We certainly still have some outstanding questions in regards to regional transportation, special education circuit breaker funding, as well as other grants and such. But we, in previous meetings, had discussions about other savings through healthcare premium holidays and things that have taken place since the budget was finalized. So we believe currently that those savings that are sitting there, totaling about $568,000, will cover any loss for regional transportation, circuit breaker, and what have you. So I don't think it changes anything at this point in time, but certainly it changes the mentality, knowing that we do not now need to plan for $2 million worth of cuts on top of everything else that we're planning for. So that, again, doesn't mean that there won't be other hits to state aid, but the major driver that we were considerably most concerned about was Chapter 70, and we can't assume that that is going to be flat in going into next year. So that is certainly good news. We've been talking week over week about additional funding that we are getting, roughly $725,000 or so over the course of 2 different pots of money coming in through stimulus relief. So those certainly have a very targeted use and purpose, and Kyle is literally in the process of applying for those now. So we won't go into great detail, but obviously we've had discussions over the weeks about the one-to-one initiative and all the various purposes for those funds, but those are very specific funds geared towards costs that are associated with the pandemic closure and reopening of schools. So that's really all it. I mean, we talked about being in a place of make some changes and what have you in regards to still some assumed certain aspects of the budget that we've frozen in place until we have confirmed numbers from the state. So we're certainly feeling better and more confident, but I don't think we're in a place to just say we're completely out of the woods. But by and large, the large scale concerns that we had, I believe we can say, I don't know where Kyle is on your screen, but the gentleman in the top right corner over there can breathe a little bit as the guy now who has to figure out this the whole show and how to make it work. So so that is good news. So certainly, again, not concrete, but definitely some good news in regards to state funding. So are there any questions about that? I think that's
I was
fairly
just going to ask that.
straightforward.
Other questions from the committee? All right, I know this has been kind of that's an update on an ongoing discussion. So then moving on to the next item, which is the reopening of schools plan approval, and I will bump it back to the superintendent again.
All right, thank you, Narissa. So so for the 237 participants, this is not going to be a rehash. I see many familiar faces on the list, folks who have been here in previous weeks. As I think Narissa has said, the committee has been meeting at least weekly, if sometimes multiple times per week, and I don't believe there's been a single meeting that's been under 3 hours. So as far as the process has gone, as I think Narissa used the same words, I'm proud of the process because this has been an ongoing and completely open dialogue, hearing from lots of people. This is an impossible decision to make. There is no way to make a perfect decision in this case. So ultimately, we have to err on the side of caution and make the wisest choice with the information that we have in front of us. So as required by the Department of Ed, the plan that you have in front of you is the document, not complete yet. There is no letter from me that will outline some of the details you decide tonight, as well as the executive summary. But we are required to put a plan together that outlines all 3 possibilities: a full in-person return, a hybrid of in-person and some remote learning, and then a fully remote option. So that is the document that you have. Again, just to reiterate, Narissa did mention at the opening of the meeting that this document that we're going to walk through, there's no additional PowerPoints or anything. This document is actually posted on the district website. If you go to the main tritonschools.org website, I think everyone knows now that red banner or the blue button in the middle takes you to the Stay Connected page. And this document is posted as that first major link as you scroll down the page. So We're going to be walking right through that page. I'll be referring to that document itself. Again, I know there's a lot of folks calling in, so there's no PowerPoint or things that you need to see on the screen. We'll be referring right to that document. We've been talking for now, is it 8 weeks or more, on a weekly basis about all the various potentials and possibilities. And so now we finally have a document, now that we have most of the guidance from the Department of Ed. But now that we're approaching our deadline of finalizing this document, we have a formal document to work from. So I will not reiterate names, but just to reiterate the thank yous that Narissa mentioned. There are a lot of people that had involvement in putting this documentation together. Some of those folks on this call, Kim, Kyle, Dave, as far as the writing piece, but then lots of thoughts and comments and input from educators and parents and students and administrators over since mid-June when the group started meeting. So a huge thank you, because this is ultimately a collective effort. That's where we've arrived tonight. So I'm going to do my best to keep this moving, and I'm going to ask for Kim, Dave, and Kyle, or Narissa, or anyone else to kind of keep me in check if I go down any rabbit holes. So it's very hard to not feel like Groundhog Day and feel like, I'm not sure if I said that yet, so I should say it one more time, because we've obviously, if we're not here meeting, we're elsewhere meeting, feels like 24 hours a day. So I'm going to try and keep this as summary in nature as possible. Again, if you have questions, if we refer to something, certainly I direct you back to the school committee YouTube channel. They have now a very impressive library of videos that you can go literally watch all of these discussions in full, so that you can see if there's something that we refer to that we don't tease out completely. I guarantee you can go back and find those details. So we're going to attempt to not rehash everything, but take you through the document as a whole, so that we can have a clear understanding of the documentation that you as a committee are going to take a vote on tonight, that satisfies the requirements of what the Department of Education is looking for. But more importantly, we keep talking about this needs to be a document that is responsive and helpful to the community. So this needs to be a document that informs what we are doing as a school district, so that our parents and community members and educators all have a very clear sense of our path forward. So on page 3 of the document, there will be an executive summary there. I guarantee that will not be just one page, but that will, over probably a 2-3 page summary, as I noted there, the key decisions: what model are we opening under, a basic overview of the plan. Depending on the decision made tonight, are there key transition dates that we're going to codify between models, and then obviously the calendar that we'll talk about as well. So on page 4, the overarching goals of this plan, and this was the discussion through the reopening working group, is threefold. It's maintaining the physical safety of students and staff. It's equitable access for everyone involved, and a focus on social, emotional, and mental health. So those were the founding principles as the reopening working group did their work. And it's important that we pay attention to all of those, so that we can ensure that our plan addresses each of those high-level priorities. The physical safety of students and staff, there's a section I won't go to, we'll get there in a second. Obviously some key details about the physical safety. Equitable access for everyone. Obviously, we need to make sure that all students can access education, whether we are in a full in-person, in a hybrid, or in a remote model. So we will be identifying high priority students in this plan, whom we know will not be able to access education effectively in any time that we're spending in a remote model. So identifying those key high need students, those students will get special attention. We are rolling out a one-to-one Chromebook initiative. This has been a discussion for years now, and ultimately the technology working group did arrive at that recommendation, and through the CARES and CDRF, the COVID relief funding, we are able to make that a full K-12 implementation. I think it's key to point out again that some folks have asked if half the students say that they have a device, why would we be buying a device for everyone? And this is about uniformity and equitable access. So the challenge is that if you have a MacBook, a new MacBook, an old MacBook, a new PC, an old PC, this standardizes the platform. We can make sure that all the systems and resources we're using will work effectively with that. And again, make sure that we have equitable access for all students. I will note, you've probably seen it on the news, that there is a Chromebook shortage. First we talked about a shortage of PPE, now we're talking about a shortage of Chromebooks. So we do expect that late August, mid-September, we will have all of these new Chromebooks that we ordered in. Is 2 big, large batches, one expected in the end of August and one currently coded as mid-September. So we are hopeful that that pushes forward a little bit, but we are working on plans to make sure that if we don't have those as of the first day of school, that we certainly are able to have a plan in place to make sure that we have those who are most in need to have them right up front and then get those into students' hands as soon as possible thereafter. And obviously, communication is key throughout this process. I'm hoping that most people, regardless of whether or not they agree with all the decisions being made, I would be hopeful that folks would appreciate the communication we've tried to do and tried to maintain to ensure that everyone from the public is fully aware. Again, right on down to these meetings being held on a weekly basis to have these discussions openly. But certainly, we've attempted to communicate as often and as frequently as possible. And as completely as possible, even when we really don't have the information fully concrete and decided upon. We've done our best to keep people up to date. So go through the plan there, just listed. We're going to continue all the main places where we have kept information current. Blackboard Connect blasts out the emails and the phone calls and the social media. Stay connected page, again, that's where this document is located right now. That'll continue to be the hub for all things COVID closure. Social media I mentioned, and then that weekly digest. Just above there, it notes that in regards to learning expectations, that will be communicated entirely through Google Classroom. So one of the findings that I'll get to as far as what folks told us that we needed to do better was a consistent place for students and parents to find expectations. And as you know, I keep using the analogy of we were building the plane as we were taking off last year. I had another person explain to me, I think a better analogy is we actually were already at 30,000 feet and pulled the wings off and said, let's land this plane safely. And I think that's probably a more accurate analogy of what happened last Friday, March 13th, when all of a sudden the schools, we thought we were closing for a couple of weeks, and lo and behold, we were closing for the balance of the year. So certainly we didn't have time to prepare as well as we have now, but one of the concerns was consistent communication for academic expectations, and that will be through Google Classroom. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the focus on social, emotional, and mental health. That is key. Certainly that is always a concern and a priority of ours. I think it goes without saying that based on the last 6 months and everything that each of us and everyone in this world right now that is dealing with the closure, there are considerable impacts. And we know that those students walking back into our schools or learning remotely have challenges that didn't exist before March 13th when we closed down schools. So I go through here quickly about the tier 1, which is supports for everyone, tier 2, a little more intensive supports, and then tier 3 supports, which are much more finite in the way that we tailor those supports. There's some listed there at the top of page 6. I'm not going to go over. On page 6 and 7, we go through the key findings of what we learned, and this is based on lots of discussion. So a lot of anecdotal information, as well as the survey that we completed at the end of the year for families and staff. The key finding was, number 1 was consistency throughout the teaching and learning process. Again, as I mentioned, when the wings fell off the plane at 30,000 feet on March 13th, it was hard to get everyone together and safely land that plane. So I think it's safe to say that we all worked hard to provide a remote learning experience, but it was not ideal, and it was not what we have in place and our planning for the fall. So that was one key point, was that having a much more consistent teaching and learning process as far as expectations for students, and even consistency across grade levels and in schools in regards to the expectation of Zoom and Google Meet times, and his expectations for being in a session or not in a session. So you'll see in this plan that there are far more concrete and very clear expectations laid out to ensure that we have a consistent teaching and learning experience. Key finding 2, consistent technology. I should say consistent and reliable technology. Again, we did our best to hand out Chromebooks to those families who needed it in the spring. I know there were many challenges for individuals who were using other devices, fill in the blank, the type of device being used, or even teachers finding remote access from their home or what have you, and challenges of using Zoom on a Chromebook. So we've gone through considerable discussions in moving towards a plan to make sure that we, does that mean to make sure that we have a solid plan moving forward to maintain consistency? Does that mean that there won't be glitches? Of course not. It is technology, so there will be bumps, there will be hiccups, but we have a very solid plan to make sure that students and educators have a reliable platform, and whether that be devices, platform, bandwidth, or otherwise, to make sure that they can connect effectively. And then expanding the engagement opportunities for all students. You know that it was, again, all of a sudden that shift to being out, the Department of Ed shifted from just provide enrichment opportunities to then we're supposed to make sure it's required, but we're not supposed to grade. So through the spring, it was very challenging to engage students and families when we weren't able to set clear expectations for what students need to do. So again, in this plan, far more clear and concise expectations. And so that will be helpful in ensuring that we can engage all students. But we will certainly need to have a plan in place for those students who don't engage. We fully expect that there are absolutely students and families that will be more challenging to have them engage, especially if remote. And so that is certainly a reality we have to face. But I do believe this plan addresses that on a much more head-on basis. So we're confident. I mean, we're confident that we will certainly have glitches, and obviously with technology, nothing's ever perfect. But with the 3 months over the summer and through June, and the 3 months of the spring where we learned what did and didn't work, we're confident that we have a plan in place that will be an effective education, whether it be in person and a blend of in-person and remote hybrid, or a full remote option. We believe that we have a plan in place that will address these concerns that were raised by multiple people in multiple ways. So I just want to stop there for the committee and make sure, are there any questions on those? Those certainly became key to the balance of the document.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Go ahead.
Okay, so pace-wise, is it a good pace? Too detailed, less detail, more detail?
I think for me, a little too detailed, since we've all read this, I think, from the members that I've heard from, at least like 2 or 3 times a piece.
Okay.
So
I will go take it up about 10,000 feet. Okay, so on page, I have to move my glasses down. So on page 8, the feasibility study is a key component of this process for us to assess whether or not we could bring all students back. Again, the DESE guidelines showed 3 feet. The committee challenged that notion, very wisely, I would suggest, because the rest of the world and the CDC suggests that 6 feet is the right standard for social distancing. So on July 15th, the school committee voted to use 6 feet as the standard distance for social distancing. So as we made the assessment, we can bring students back with a 3-foot social distancing, but it requires outfitting gyms and auditoriums and libraries into classroom spaces and spending millions of dollars on equipment and staffing to basically double our, or cut in half our student-teacher ratio, which would be adding about 1/3 more teachers. So, so that is certainly a very expensive endeavor. So the full in-person with the 3 feet was ruled out fairly quickly. We then moved on to the 6 feet. Could we bring everyone back for 6 feet? Certainly, again, we can do that. Again, need to obviously expand into those spaces. And so that was actually, I said that backwards. That was actually the 6 foot that we would have to add those spaces. At the 3 feet, that was pulled out because of the fact of the concern of the 3 foot distance. So we assessed 3 feet. We could do it with significant cost. There was concern. We assessed 6 feet. We could do it, additional cost. And so ultimately the decision came down to we can do 6 feet in a hybrid model. We cannot do 6 feet cost effectively in an everyday full in-person model. That left the hybrid option on the table, and that left obviously the full remote option on the table. So the one other thing I do want to bring your attention to is in previous meetings we had talked about transportation and using the 6 foot standard for school buses as well. That was the goal. That was a vote that was taken. We were charged with taking that away and seeing what that meant. That would mean that we would basically be putting 12 students on a full-size yellow bus and 1 to 2 students on a van. That obviously considerably, to the point of potentially tripling our transportation costs. But as we walked through the guidance and talked to several other people, as well as the bus company, I think with the increased ventilation, windows open, masks on all the time, it's a much more controlled environment due to the fact that students will be literally seated and assigned. First on goes to the back, we fill from the back forward, and then we empty from the front back, so students aren't walking by one another. We can maintain that distance, and it's a very structured environment. Ultimately, I'm recommending that we, in this plan, assumes that we use the DESI guidelines for transportation rather than the 6 foot standard. Again, primarily, I think that the increased ventilation, the mask use in a much more controlled way, but primarily, the being able to have the windows open and requiring that the windows are open by the regulations as it stands, greatly increases that ventilation in a way that obviously doesn't exist in the classroom. So
Can we stop there unless you have
absolutely,
anything
yep.
else on transportation? I just want to give the committee, because this was we had this conversation, right? And this is a change from that original conversation in the assumptions that are made in this document. I want to just give them a chance to talk about that real quick and voice any opinions they have on that. Linda?
Well, you're muted, Linda.
Can you unmute?
There you go. Oh, there you go.
Still can't hear you.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, the ventilation, that means the windows will have to remain open even when it's raining and cold and sleet and
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Again, not every window, right? I mean, I think even if you've been on a bus with every window open, it's very breezy. But even opening several of the windows in the seats where students aren't sitting or sitting against the aisle, it's not ideal. But yes, that would mean windows open all the time, regardless of the weather.
How are we going to make sure that happens?
We have to work with the bus drivers to make sure that it happens. Yeah. And absolutely. I mean, I think that's still the guidance says monitors are optional. I would love to add monitors. There's obviously a significant cost to that. So I think it's, there's still a concern in regards to transportation to make sure that drivers, their job is to drive the students safely. Obviously, they keep the peace when they're on the bus as well. But as far as screening, the health screening and all of that, it is going to be a challenge, and we need to make sure that drivers are able to drive the buses safely. So I think it will be a work in progress, but for folks that I've spoken with where summer programming has happened, I think by and large the students have worked hard and have cooperated. So we move forward on the assumption that it will work well, and then where there are challenges, we would have to address that case by case.
Is that it, Linda? You good? Yes. Okay, Maureen?
Brian, will training for bus drivers be done by Triton or will be done by NRT?
We will coordinate on that. Am I lying? Yep. Yes, we're coordinating on that.
Okay. And if we have a particular bus that is maximum capacity that they can hold with the 3 feet distancing, and there's a need for a monitor, is there a way that we can add that if needed?
So
I feel like some buses will be small, there won't be a ton of kids. Some routes will have a lot and some routes won't have any. So is there a way to look at that and possibly add a monitor? I don't understand how the bus drivers are going to do this. So.
Well, I can tell you this, the routes are going to look nothing like they have in the past, right? Because we're first developing cohorts of students based on classrooms and class at the high school. And then we've guaranteed and we've committed to all families being in a single cohort, all students in a household, even if they're not part of the same family, if they're living under the same roof, that we would put those students in the same cohort. So that's going to be the basis first. It's classes, cohorts, decision, and then we determine, okay, these students have said, I'm going to ride the bus. These families have said, you know what, I'm just not comfortable. And then we'll route based on that. That's not to say the routes will be entirely different, but they will be different. So we'll have the ability to balance the ridership and be able to do it in such a way. So will there need to be changes? Obviously, once we set the routes, it's hard to go and change a route. But we absolutely can put a monitor on at any time. And if we have the individual resource and someone who is able to do that, a staff member, that's right, we can put the monitor on. If we need to hire a monitor through NRT, that's obviously, it's just on a process. Not impossible, it's a hiring process. My understanding is it's not as hard. So right now it's the CDL driver's license. That's the challenge in finding drivers, is someone who is quality driver and someone with that CDL license that's interested in driving a school bus. So that's the challenge. Obviously there isn't any license required for a monitor.
If I may to just add real quick, in our initial conversation, or I should say ongoing conversations with NRT Bus, the outside contractor, they've absolutely shown a shared commitment to maintaining a safe environment on the buses, both in terms of meeting the DESI guidelines, as well as customizing based on what we choose as a district as well. We have from those previous conversations, and then we actually have another meeting this week and through up until the beginning of the school year, we'll be continuing to have those conversations.
And we should say too that NRT has been transporting, obviously not full-size yellow buses, but special education vans, the white vans, those have been traveling over the summer, and NRT has done a tremendous job making sure that the vehicles are safe and all the protocols are followed. So I'm very confident in our relationship with NRT, that both with the drivers and the quality of the drivers, as well as the company as a whole, that they are absolutely committed to making sure that it's safe. And certainly, obviously there was lots of discussion last year about whether we were paying the bus company when buses weren't running. And certainly, we had the savings and kept all of our drivers hired, but had some considerable savings. So there is savings opportunity there, but by and large, we've maintained that relationship with them, and we've maintained that commitment, and they've been phenomenal through the process. Yeah.
Did you have any other comments on that, Maureen?
No, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Caitlin, your hand was up and then went down. Is it a yes?
Sorry. Well, Maureen touched on it really quick, but I looked up on the CDC guidelines for public transportation, and that's where we've been doing the distancing, and it's still loving the 6 feet. So I know with the window, so that's where I'm a little gonna keep hammering at this because it's bugging me a little.
Yep.
So they still stay 6 feet unless you're in the same household, obviously. And then without a monitor, I know with assigned seating and some windows open, I really worry when the weather gets cold and we can't cancel school because of lack of busing safely. So without the monitors, I'm a little more concerned.
Okay.
Because there has to be a safety net for the bus driver, because that's a lot between the sanitizing coming on and off. Is that legal now? Having the sanitizer on the bus?
Yeah, so if I may, so it is an approval process through the RMV, and in talking with our bus provider, NRT, they said that they've gotten the go-ahead.
Oh, perfect. I just think that's a lot for one human to drive a bus, check things, make sure windows, and maintain 3 feet, because there's no wiggle room then. If kids, they'd be really close.
Yeah. I mean, we can certainly look at adding monitors. Absolutely. I think if we're talking about doubling the number of buses versus adding monitors is certainly a more viable option. So I don't think that's a bad thing to pursue. It is a considerable cost, so that's something we would have to take away and be able to come back and quantify for you. We should be able to get a sense, I think, by Wednesday. We'll be able to give you a number of roughly what that would mean.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Caitlin. Anyone else from the school committee have comment or question on this? Linda? I'll get to you in a second, Kaylee.
Question about assigned seating and loading the kids on the bus from the back to the front. So are you saying that you're going to stop at people's houses, or how is that going to work?
So as far as the loading, it doesn't have as much to do with where we're loading as much as the first, as students get on, they walk directly to the back of the bus and skip, in, out. And so we will have assigned the routes and very much prescribe the routes so that there's no more than 25 students, and then know exactly who's getting on first. So as much as possible, yes, if we can drive and pick up one student or a family at a single location rather than a bus stop with 17 students, that would be ideal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't want to say we can absolutely do that. We can't drive into cul-de-sacs. There's certain things we can't do. But by and large, we'll do as best we can to get to each individual family to keep from having large bus stops. But there absolutely will be, large bus stops depending on ridership at the end of cul-de-sacs where buses can't go in and turn around or what have you. So, but then it's as students get on, literally they'll know their order when they get on the bus, and they'll know their seat, and they just go right to the back. And so the buses will be routed, and we'll know the students we're picking up, and we'll run them so that the student in the back seat is first, and then make our way around and assign seat that way. So it won't be sixth graders at the elementary, it won't be sixth graders in the back and kindergartners up front. It'll have to be a mix. We'll do our best to route in a way that does that somewhat, but there'll be no way to have a perfect run where we line up the big kids in the back.
So
That answer your question, Linda?
Yeah, I guess.
If you want to ask a follow-up, go for it.
No, I guess what I need to understand is they're going to be assigned seats, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And they're going to be assigned by wherever they get on the bus.
So we'll assign, so when we create the route, call it 25 students, we will literally know the 25 students. No other student can get on that bus. And when the bus route runs, we know the first student who's picked up goes to the back right seat. And then the next student goes to the back left seat and then staggers. And so those are their assigned seats, because the bus run obviously goes the same way every day. So yes, they have specific seats that they'll be assigned to.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Linda. Kaylee?
It's actually brought up a few more questions for me. So first off, I wanted to address the fact that the diagram that is on the draft is not like an accurate representation of what a higher level bus looks like in the middle or high school. You can probably do 3 per seat with kindergartners through, let's say, middle of elementary school, but high school level, realistically, it doesn't happen with our backpacks as well. So that was just one thing that threw me off in that. And then my other big question was, so what are we going, you said that we're going to have assigned seats, but what do we do with the students who are inconsistent bus-wise? Like there's some people that need busing one day or the other, but they don't know because of their parent's job if their parent can drive them that morning or not until it's that morning.
Yep.
What do we do? Or what do we do when, like, where I live, there's 3 different bus stops I can go to.
Yep.
Personally, I've missed mine a few times, and you hop on at the other one so that you can actually get to school because you don't have another mode of transportation to get to school that day. So how are we going to adjust for that? Because I know that we have to make sure it's as precise as possible because of COVID. At the same time, though, there is human error, and I think we need to account for that.
So great points. So the first is absolutely a 77 passenger bus does not assume a high schooler. That assumes a kindergartner at best, and not a big kindergartner. So that's when they say a 77 passenger bus. That's the little X's on the diagram you referred to. And you're skipping ahead to page 17 in case you're not following along in your plan. So it's going to have to be different. I think my answer to you, Kaylee, is there going to be human error? Yes. But we're actually going to have to be far more prescriptive in that we have to go through the process in the coming weeks of surveying parents and actually asking them their intentions to ride the bus. So we will plan with the assumption that there will be some wiggle room, but absolutely it may be, as a general rule, we're going to have to say you can't just show up at a bus stop and hop on a bus because if there was the 24th kid to get on and the bus is full, we're not going to be able to put another student on that bus. So it is going to have to be, we're going to have to be very clear about that too, that, in years, in the normal year where we have flexibility, we're not going to be able to have the flexibility that we have had in the past, unfortunately. Same thing at the end of the day, need to ride the bus to whatever, going over to someone's house. We're not going to be able to do that. So we're not going to be able to have transportation run like it has in the past. It's going to have to be, and we'll make this clear, it's going to have to be, you're either selecting to be worked into a route or not, and then work from there accordingly. So I think the question will be, or what I would say is, if you think you're going to ever have to ride the bus, then certainly say, I intend to ride the bus. And if you don't, obviously there's no issue with that. But if you think there's going to be a day or two a week that you're going to ride the bus, then I would say, absolutely, I need to ride the bus. And we would leave that seat available for you. Yeah, good questions.
I definitely think that
Lost your
I feel
audio,
like we're going
Kaylee.
to see a lot of students that are going to perfectly intend, but I think we'll have a lot of students that will wind up missing out on getting to school because of that, which can definitely create a bad equity issue.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a learning curve, right? It's going to be a learning curve for everyone to realize, right? At this point, we've had a system that's worked and allowed people to have that. I'll use the word luxury, right? So we give you a bus stop, but you could run 2 streets over if you miss it because you overslept or whatever and get on another bus. We're just not going to have the ability to offer that. So yes, I assume that there's going to be some learning curve at the beginning in regards to people realizing that we just don't have a way. We don't have a way to plan otherwise, and maintain the safety safety distancing and safety. What's the word I'm looking for? Safety measures.
Safety measures. There you go.
We'll go with it. Sorry, I'm all out of
Kaylee,
words.
did you have any more questions, or was that?
I had one more. It was, are we, so the way it works for bus drivers is that we are getting bus drivers through NRT. Is with the monitors, would we personally be hiring the monitors, or would the monitors be coming screened through NRT?
It could be either or. Yep. So generally, as a normal course of business, NRT hires its employees, drivers and monitors, nurses at times, depending on the type of vehicle. There have been cases when we've put one of our employees on as a monitor or as a nurse. I don't think we've ever attempted to put someone on as a driver. Yeah, so that would be, we would take that as a, if we, we'll look at those numbers. And I saw Kyle writing a note, so we'll certainly get that information and be able to report that to you on Wednesday. But we would assume that based on hiring through NRT, and if we needed to modify and we had folks who are available, we would be able to put our own individuals on the bus too. There's nothing that says we can't do that. Yeah. Good question.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will just add, I'll second, I think it was both Maureen's and Caitlin's concerns about making sure that there is adequate ventilation, because I think that's key if, if we're in a situation where we're working on the assumptions that are in the document, that proposal, that the ventilation has to be there. It can't be it's below 30, so we close the windows. For safety's sake, those are going to have to stay open, at least some of them. And I would hope that there could be some pretty consistent guidance on exactly how many should stay open or how much, so that we can keep that moving. That's the big difference that I see between a bus and a classroom, right? Is that the bus, it's much easier to provide ventilation, specifically cross ventilation, than it is in a classroom setting or inside any other, classroom, a room inside a building. So.
Absolutely.
All right. Seeing no other, Kaylee's got another one? Yeah.
Your point just brought up the fact that we had said months ago, I don't know if it's still going to be the same, but the way that we're going to be using lockers and cubby spaces is going to have to be altered. So if we're having students on a bus with windows down when we've had some school days where it's 10 degrees out. Absolutely. Or where it's been raining so much where some students have to be late into school. We're going to have to adjust for a space for them to put those items, because we're not going to be able to lug them around because we won't have the space in the classroom to put our bags next to us. So I think we need to put that in.
Yep. All that, I would say all those logistics are being worked through. You can see in that later on, the kind of the mock schedule that just shows kind of the 4 blocks with 10 minutes between, just even the concept of moving people around the high school in between periods with one-way hallways and such. Everything is going to take longer. All the things that we take for granted, getting into school, getting out of school, moving around the school, we're assuming is just going to take at least twice as long. So absolutely, Kaylee, that's something we have to account for. And if there's a way that we can figure out lockers, great. But if not, we have to obviously find a way that, if you come in a winter jacket, that you're not wearing that all day and sweating the rest of the day, so that you're warm enough on the bus. Absolutely. Oh, you're muted, Narissa.
Paul Mayat.
So Kaylee's question, and actually Caitlin kind of brought it up before, leads, actually before I get to that, one other thought I had on the bus is younger students being dropped off if their parents aren't there. I know in the past have been kept on the bus. I don't know if that's something that's been considered, but I imagine it's a consideration we'll have to figure.
Absolutely. Yep. So the same thing. So they stay on the bus, and then, generally if it's drop off at the end of the day, they would go back to the elementary school. We'd coordinate. Right. Or the radio to the school calls the parents like, oh my gosh, and then they run down most of the time. Yeah.
They've been great about that.
Yeah.
This just, Caitlin said earlier, we can't just cancel school because it's too cold to ride the bus. And I don't know if this is the right place to put this question, but it does bring that up. last year was supposed to be the last year for blizzard bags. Has there been any discussion about whether that actually, we could go to a remote for a day because of weather related? I'm getting ahead of everything here,
Yeah,
but in
no.
the remote model, would that be used?
Yeah, I guess I would just say, this is one of those things where I'm going to make a recommendation to you and not wait for guidance from DESE. If we figured out a remote model and it's a blizzard outside, it's a blizzard day, right? And we're going to have a remote learning day, and we're going to count that as a day on learning and leave it at that. That would be my recommendation to you, because I'm pretty sure we're not, I mean, and as you said, you know, Paul, that this was the last year for blizzard bags. And as blizzard bags existed, and as a general construct, I don't think it's a good thing, because it's a challenge to provide equity for all students. But within this model, and until we're back in school full-time with all students, no, we would shift to a remote day.
Is that it, Paul? Yes. All right. Paul Goldner.
All right. Just sort of related to some of those last few questions, and looking at that model, I feel like having monitors on the bus is something that I would definitely also encourage. I can just foresee the little kids, or even some of the bigger kids, like ducking down and scooching to the center aisle so that they can whisper to each other without being seen, and that being a problem real quick. So.
Yes, I'm a growing fan of monitors on the bus. Cost were no option, we would have a bus run for everyone, but yeah.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, I will free you to move on then, Mr. Fortune.
Okay, I'm going to try and keep going at 30,000 feet. So on page 10, starts to go through the general safety measures. I'm not going to go through these in detail. I think we've talked about these. General physical distancing, using 6 feet. Obviously, physical distancing isn't the only thing. It's a matter of masks and face coverings and basic hygiene and following the protocols and signage. So it's not the only thing, but obviously physical distancing is key. So as it mentions there on the bottom of page 10, all faculty, staff, and students will receive training. And as I believe it was Maureen who asked, that's obviously something we'll work with bus drivers to make sure. Again, they've been doing this, and so they have a different standard of care that they've already implemented throughout the summer, where we haven't obviously had programming in place. So we will certainly coordinate with them to make sure we have consistent training. Over to page 11, PPE. Again, just to confirm, we will be providing a daily disposable mask for all faculty and staff for those whose job requires them to be in closer contact with students where distancing is not possible. Obviously more extensive PPE, gowns, shields, gloves as appropriate. You did make a decision or agreed, and I can't remember what you voted or didn't vote, but we all agreed that based on follow-up guidance that while DESE said that students under grade 1 did not need masks, there's been several follow-up pediatricians and epidemiologists that just said as a matter of due course, everyone wearing masks inside with the 6-foot distancing is just the basic standard of safety for all. So we're going to require all students pre-K through 12, all faculty and staff, everyone in a school is wearing a mask. Obviously, we will do our best, and built in, I will say it would guarantee mask breaks throughout the day, and do our best whenever possible, especially with the younger the student, to give more breaks where possible, get them outside to have those mask breaks. But at a minimum, a mask break would have to be at least 6 feet of distancing, and in a very structured way. So just to confirm that that is in place, we've got all those orders. We've got Envo masks, which is kind of a high-level filtered mask for all of our nurses and other high contact individuals. Personal hygiene, hand washing. I don't think I need to say that again. We've all heard it a million times. One of the best ways to keep us all safe is for everyone to practice basic hygiene and wash your hands often. Obviously, we don't have sinks every 10 feet, so we are fully stocked with hand sanitizer. You will not have to search for hand sanitizer when you walk into a school. So we are now in the process, because with large quantities of hand sanitizer, it's actually a storage safety hazard. So working with our fire departments to make sure we're storing that in a way that is safe and appropriate for regulations. For screening for students and staff, again, we are not doing safety checks or temperature checks at the entry to school. There will be a basic protocol that we're asking all faculty, staff, and students and families to perform every morning. And basically, we're not going to, at this point, ask you to sign something every morning, but certainly going to ask that families look that over and basically ask the question, any of these symptoms, and if there's no to everything, then the child is okay to go to school. The school nurse's office medical waiting rooms, there's going to be a lot more details specific to this coming out. Our district nurses have been meeting very regularly and have extensive, an email with extensive training materials that more than this document in a whole, but the nurses are doing phenomenal work in putting together training materials so everyone feels very confident and comfortable in making sure that we are acting safely. But there will be a dedicated space in each school separate from the nurse's office where anyone who is suspected of having COVID-like symptoms would be placed in that waiting room and made sure that they're kept separate from anyone, the rest of the school, even talking on down to additional air filtration in those rooms to make sure that we have as safe a space as possible for anyone who might be symptomatic. Responding to the diagnosed cases, this is something, if you were at the last 2 weeks, 2 weeks ago, we had one of the health agents from one of our towns and the public health nurse join. We had a meeting last Thursday with all health agents and nurses, public health nurses and school nurses. And this remains a question in regards to available testing for school-age children and available capacity for contact tracing. So that is, I would say that to you, that is an ongoing discussion. I know I've had discussions with a lot of you individually in regards to your experiences, my experience with testing, and it varies greatly. But certainly there are protocols in place for if someone is diagnosed to ensure that we're quarantining. And we would be doing that in partnership with our local health agents. We are not health experts. We obviously have 5 school nurses. They are health experts. But we're following those protocols and we work closely because that is a HIPAA protected process. So when someone is diagnosed, I wouldn't necessarily know who the individual is. It's something coordinated through the school nurse. And then we go through the process to identify all the close contacts of those individuals. And obviously then we put those contact tracing skills into play, which speaks to the fact that the more prescribed we are and prescriptive we are and how students are in and about the building, the better we are prepared to be able to respond when a case does pop up. So just to note here, obviously the standard more than 10 to 15 minutes within 6 feet is defined, or is how close contact is defined. In this case, elementary students in a self-contained classroom or any self-contained classroom, the whole classroom, if the classroom is spending the majority of the day together, would be considered close contact. I'm going to stop there because I see hands.
I was just going to say, Paul Goldner has a question, and then after that, Kaylee.
Backing up just a little bit to the masks, how frequent are you thinking for mask breaks?
I don't think we've arrived at the perfect solution. I think it's a very different thing. In discussions at the high school level, at least one break per block, halfway through a block, an 87-minute block. And again, that 87 minutes isn't set in stone. That's kind of, thinking at the moment. At the elementary level, obviously much more frequent. Had a lot of discussion about early childhood, preschool, kindergarten, all grade levels, certainly maximizing the amount of time that we can spend outside, certainly in the fall before we get to weather. But I think specifically for preschool and kindergarten and the early childhood, maximizing the amount of time that we can have them outside. Certainly if we can have them in a structured way and maintain enough distance, they can be mask-free, especially when they're outdoors like that. So no prescribed definitive answer on that yet.
And so as the weather gets rainier and colder and we're inside, are those mask breaks like open the windows and move over to the windows, or are they shuffle outside and then come back inside?
I think it's if the weather is too gross to go outside, then certainly they should be inside. But whenever possible, we're going to continue to do mask breaks outside. Obviously, that will depend on the weather, but at a minimum, absolutely, windows open, and that's part of the recommendation. Whenever the weather is good, keeping windows open to increase ventilation. But certainly, mask breaks absolutely have to have windows open and as close to the windows as possible. And there's even discussions about location of teachers if they're speaking the most in certain spots of the room. So we're kind of working through all those logistics of the room. But at a minimum, it would be maintaining at least 6 feet of distancing, and the mask breaks would be shorter. Obviously, inside we need to make sure that they're shorter rather than longer. Whereas outside we can have a little bit more free reign.
Kaylee?
So this was jumping back to the disposable masks for the teachers. I was wondering if we had looked into, instead of doing a disposable mask every day, into cloth masks. If you've paid any attention to any of the environmental news that's been going around, they're already filling the oceans, and if you look in the street, you'll find at least 10, they're everywhere. So have we thought about trying to mitigate that at all? I know the environmental club would probably love to see more stuff.
Absolutely. So that we are going to move toward that. We initially bought all the masks to make sure that we're set for the first 12 weeks of school. If those last us 2 years, great, right? If more people are looking at cloth masks. So certainly, I don't know that I mentioned this, families are required to send their students in with a face covering that covers the nose and mouth. If a student comes in without one, we would give them a disposable. We are certainly having that discussion because it's just as cost effective to buy each staff member 5 Triton masks, and we've joked about we can get them with gingham and stripes and polka dots, so you have one for every outfit. But certainly 5 cloth masks for every day of the week. I think the break-even point was at week 8. If we're providing someone a mask every day, it actually becomes more cost effective, as well as obviously better, and you've got one for every day and just wash them thoroughly every weekend. So certainly looking at that as an option, but we haven't put an order in yet, but have talked about that. Absolutely.
Is that it, Kaylee? All right, thank you. Anyone else on the committee have a question before we move on? Maureen, and then Aaron afterwards.
So Brian, just going back to the nurses, I'm so concerned about overwhelming our nurses. And I just sort of, on the same topic as the buses, is there any thought to having an assistant for the nurse? Because if they're trying to maintain a separate room where COVID positive students might be, and then they have their normal duties of students who have various health issues that they need to go to the nurse for during the day. Plus it said that they would be walking to classrooms to pick students up. How does one nurse handle a whole building?
So great question. So yes, I'm also concerned about the nurses. So we have committed to adding a substitute nurse so that there's at least 2 nurses. I will tell you that is proving to be challenging. Nurses are very difficult to find, same challenge that the towns have in finding public health nurses. So we have advertisements and are actively searching for an additional substitute nurse so that every nurse has a full-time substitute nurse, not an assistant or anything, but an actual nurse. So there are 2 nurses in every school. And then we're also, to get the college looking at, Kim, is it Endicott College, nursing students who are earlier in the process, actually bringing them in as kind of nurse's office assistant. So they're not nursing, they can't do any nursing medical functions, but certainly someone there who has received some nursing training in just the basic processing to assist them as well. So that wouldn't be necessarily a huge cost, that's, to provide those kind of assistance. But absolutely looking at both. I think the nursing students, there's a whole lot more availability, but I think we've had the advertisement open for about a month now, and we have some interest, but by and large, the nurses are in high demand right now. So we are endeavoring to have 2 nurses at every school. Yes.
Is that it, Maureen? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Erin?
Hi, thanks. I actually have a couple questions for you. The first one, it goes back to the masks also, and I was just curious, has there been a lot of discussion about whose actual responsibility it is to make sure that the kids keep their masks on for while they're not socially distanced with their peers?
So it is, there's a policy that is in draft form that came out of the Mass Association of School Committees that makes it a requirement to wear masks. And it would basically treat it like any other school rule. So if a student wasn't following the rules, that we would be able to remedy the situation, whether that's, obviously I think I mentioned a couple of weeks back, if a student is not going to wear their mask, then the remote option is something that we would like to be able to say, if you can't wear a mask and be in school, then the remote option would have to be something we would move towards. So still some outstanding discussion, and I know that's something we'll take up in the coming weeks. We have that draft policy. There's a fine line with enforcing masks, because there are those who can't for very medically appropriate reasons. And so certainly that draft policy speaks to the fact that that if someone has a doctor's note that says they're not able to fill in the blank for the condition that precludes them from wearing a mask. That
So I'm not worried about those. Yeah, I'm less worried about people that are precluded. I'm more worried about the individuals that just say they won't wear a mask for no particular reason, and whether or not that responsibility is going to lie back on the teachers to enforce it, and how disruptive it would be.
Yeah, so I was saying that policy speaks to allowing with a doctor's note, giving people permission, but everyone else would be required, and it would have the call it rule of policy, similar to any other rule that's in the handbook. So, and that would be something obviously that administratively we'd have to support. We can't place that fully on the back of teachers. If a teacher says please put your mask on, and the student doesn't, then obviously we would deal with that administratively.
My next question is about transition, and I can't remember if we get to it again later, but transition for kids to the bathroom, about how whether or not there's going to be somebody monitoring hallways for making sure that kids are doing what they should be to get to the bathroom, and then what happens when they get to the bathroom if it's overloaded with kids that are in there, or whether or not they're actually doing what they're supposed to be doing with washing their hands, that sort of thing. So I'm curious if there's been any discussion on the transition back and forth to the bathrooms.
So we've talked about the structure, yes, and the all hands on deck approach. So that would vary by building and grade level. So I can't tell you exactly which person will be monitoring, but yes, we have to have people that are available. I mean, certainly we've talked about the use of recess monitors and beefing up that core of individuals. But I don't have a specific plan to tell you about who will be where, but yes, we need to be able to monitor the hallways and also be very cautious when students are leaving classrooms, that it can't just be, let people go, but by the same token, if someone needs to go, especially students, we need to let them go. So yes, working through those finer details.
And then on the personal hygiene and hand washing, I know that some of the rooms, do all of the classrooms have sinks in them, or is that something that is only on the newer schools?
Many classrooms have sinks, not every classroom, no. So it would be, sanitizer will be multiple places for hand sanitizer in every room, but no, we do not have sinks in every classroom. I would say, I don't know if you know, Kyle, I would say the vast majority of classrooms, we'll go with majority of classrooms have a sink, but not every classroom.
Did we test and see the ones that have sinks if they're working?
Yes, so that was noted in here, absolutely, to make sure that any outstanding preventative maintenance on bathrooms and faucets and sinks, to make sure that hot water works as well as the cold water. And that doesn't mean that kids will use that to wash their hands, but yes, to make sure that everything's functional. Same thing with the windows, making sure that if there were any windows that didn't open fully, working through all the hardware to make sure that those open fully. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kaylee, and then I'll come to you, Paul Goldner.
No, you just said that the majority of rooms do have a sink.
Yep.
Personally, from experience and noticing what's around me in my classrooms, I would say on the elementary level, yes. Middle school, maybe. High school level, the majority do not at all have sinks. I believe it's only the science rooms that do, and then the drama room does because it used to be home ec. But other than that, the majority don't. So
Yes,
I don't know how that's work.
you were unequivocally correct. Yes. The elementary, the vast majority do. Yeah. But at the middle and high school, not. Yep.
Thanks, Kaylee. Paul Goldner?
I'm going to go back to the precluded from wearing masks because it seems from what we heard a couple of weeks ago from the public health officials that virtually everyone can wear a mask. Under 2 cannot. The nurses said to us, people with asthma can wear a mask. So people with breathing problems from the CDC seems to encompass as people who are currently having a problem breathing, not people with breathing conditions. I know people who have had seriously deviated symptoms and worn a mask for their jobs. So those people can wear a mask. And the CD says people who are incapacitated can't wear a mask. So I'm hoping we have no one who's incapacitated, no one who's under 2 in the school buildings. And that leaves like a really tiny sliver of the population left who should not be able to wear a mask. So are we going to be tracking the doctor's notes we get and seeing if there are doctor's offices that are sending us large numbers of doctor's notes for students who can't wear a mask?
Well, that's a loaded question. And a fair one. I mean, I've said often, look, when someone provides a doctor's note, we reserve the right to verify its authenticity. And we do that. Whether that's student, staff, or otherwise. If there's a doctor's note that says someone isn't able to do something, we very regularly confirm the validity. Beyond a doctor saying, yes, that is legitimate, I wrote that note, it stands, there's really not much I can do. So if we see 150 notes from the same doctor on the same day, and it looks like they're photocopied and handed out like candy, well, certainly, yes, we would do something about that. But I would say to you that I have a hard enough time being a superintendent these days, and I certainly don't have the time to be a doctor too. So we unfortunately have to trust a doctor's note, and it's you've all had the experience. Some doctors will write them very easily. Some will make you work for it. But that will absolutely be a challenge, that if there's a doctor's note that says that a student or staff member is unable to wear a mask, then we really don't have a methodology to challenge that effectively, I'll say. But certainly we'll be looking, absolutely. And I think the secondary question is, so for those individuals that do have a note, then can we take protective measures to make sure that they and other people are safe if they're not wearing masks? So I'm in the process of unpacking that question with our attorney. It is not, as you can imagine, a clear-cut black and white answer. But by and large, if you are taking actions based on the protection of others, then we're generally in a good standing. So if an individual isn't going to wear a mask, we might be able to require additional protections for them to be able to participate and make sure that they and other people are safe. So again, especially because we keep talking about this, the cloth face covering or paper face covering that you wear is not about protecting you, it's as much about protecting the people around you. So so still working on the very specifics of that. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Kaylee?
If someone medically cannot wear a mask, could we then require them to wear a face shield? Like one of the clear shields? I know they have proven to not be as effective as the masks, but would they still mitigate a little bit enough where could we do that legally, or?
So I can tell you that's a very verbatim question that I ask, and I don't have an answer to that yet. So that is a logical follow-up question, is if a student can't wear a mask, or if a staff member can't wear a mask because of obviously the proximity and breathing conditions or what have you, obviously a shield doesn't protect that individual as well, obviously because of the open space, but certainly it would protect others better than no covering at all. So certainly that is a question I'm looking for an answer to.
So we'll be coming back to that. There's, since that policy came out, it was a discussion about how do we handle that, because there are a couple of things that need to be adapted specific to our circumstances. And then there are, you know, these questions that we may need to add an additional language, hopefully to be able to kind of, I guess, reinforce the intent of the MASC sample language that they provided us. Any other questions before Brian moves on? All right, seeing none.
All right, I only made it to page 13. It's 8 o'clock. All right, so bottom of that page, shared use of equipment by staff. Obviously, we're gonna limit the sharing of anything as much as possible, obviously for students. We're gonna work towards, obviously with a one-to-one with Chromebooks, certainly at the elementary level, at the secondary level, supplies, materials, being much more specific about the supplies individuals need, so we're not sharing them as much as we possibly can. And if we are sharing, they have to be wiped down in between. Considerations during extreme heat, obviously we address that as needed. Each school will tailor these to their own specific needs. Obviously each school is different. Visitors and volunteers, going to have to limit them. Very, very restrictive on the number of visitors that will be in the school to keep our ratios as small as possible. Emergency evacuation procedures, we're going to obviously, with rethinking how we would do all of our evacuations, and certainly we're going to limit our drills as much as we possibly can. Certainly there are drills that are required, and so we will do our best to work within the requirements so that we're not adding one more layer onto a chaotic return to school. Playground use, obviously it's restricted where it's allowed. If students are outside at recess, it's certainly, we need to, if they're maintaining 10 feet of space and it's structured, then we can allow them to take masks off if they're running around. If they're still, 6 feet is fine. But obviously then additional sanitizing and cleaning of playground equipment is required. Specialty activities, I believe we talked about this. Anything that anything with respiration, wind instruments, choir, phys ed, any aerobic activities. There's a separate separate requirement in regards to what can and can't happen, and actually it's very prescribed for classes like choir that literally cannot meet inside right now, according to DESE regulations. So working through that. We talked about student bathroom.
Can we stop for 2 seconds to take a question from Paul?
Brian, I just have a question about the Chromebooks. We had a conversation last week, and
Oh, we lost your audio, Paul.
how about now?
There we go.
I'm sorry. So, Brian, we had a conversation last week about the Chromebooks, and I'm just wondering if you can reach out to Deb Jones and try to get an update on what steps she might be taking to ensure that the Chromebooks are going to be effective. You recall that conversation?
Yep.
We was a number of staff people at Triton about their inability to effectively use Chromebooks. And I would like the entire school committee to get an update from Deb Jones about what steps she's taking to address those concerns for the fall.
Yep. So what Paul's referring to is there was connectivity issues in that, unpacking that, it was everything from individuals in their homes and their internet connectivity to the Chromebook devices themselves. Zoom doesn't work as well on a Chromebook as well as Google Meet does. So I do have some data from the TRTA in regards to their experience. And that is actually, I was talking to Deb Jones today in regards to ensuring that we have a much more consistent experience, as I alluded to earlier on, that technology works better. again, we will not be able to make technology work perfectly, but with new Chromebooks and new devices, we are confident it will be a much improved experience for sure. Other questions?
Haley?
I have one question, just to jump back to the visitors and volunteers. I know it's probably just that it's the draft language, but it said that masks for visitors and volunteers may be provided by the district. Personally, I think that on our end, it should be altered so that visitors should have to bring their own. That's just a personal thought that I don't know what the committee would feel about. On emergency evacuation procedures, I just wanted to put forth that a lot of the student body and students all across the United States have been putting out their concerns as to how lockdowns are going to work, because it has been such a big issue across the US in recent years that that mixed with COVID has been, I will go on social media and in the course of 10 minutes, you see at least 10 posts about it. So that's a big issue that I've seen. And then I had another question about the Chromebooks. You had said that we're getting a bunch of the new Chromebooks, but how are the old Chromebooks around the school going to be utilized? Because I know a lot of those ones are the older generations, and even if you look around at them, a lot of them are missing keys or have really slow processing speeds. How are we going to make sure that the kids who are getting the new Chromebooks, which we have the touchscreen Chromebooks, and then we have first generation Chromebooks across the school, how's that going to work?
Yep, so we'll start with that one and go backwards to make sure I got them all. So for Chromebooks, it's over 1,000 devices that were added or that are in two large batches. So there are absolutely devices that will not be handed out. There were those that were not on a lease cycle, that were those oldest generation that are just ineffective. So certainly we're going to put the newest computers into everyone's hands. And then the demands on the older students are higher than the younger students. So the newest generation would go to the older students and to teachers to make sure that the technology with much more robust and active streaming lightly in meetings and such. So that's absolutely being addressed. I don't have the exact numbers of which is going where, but that was certainly part of the discussion. As far as emergency evacuation, as far as what we choose to drill is an ongoing discussion. I certainly don't want to add unnecessary stress to drill, but by the same token, we need to be prepared. And in the case of an emergency, we need to continue to be prepared. And if we were actively responding rather than drilling, certainly the social distancing becomes the much lesser concern. And we follow the procedures as we would without social distancing in place. So we absolutely, safety committees, when school starts, will be reactivated, and those groups meet monthly at each of the schools and be talking through the entire drill process, everything from a basic fire drill that we're required to do by law twice a year on down to the much more robust active shooter drills. And there was one other question. It was about masks.
It was
Visitor masks.
It was about the language in visitor masks. It may just be that it's draft language, but it said that they may be provided by the district. I think before that goes out to the public, for Triton's sake, it would make more sense to just say that the public should have to bring their own mask in.
Yeah, because it says that they will be required to wear mask face coverings. So, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so it will be the same thing, that they're supposed to bring their mask, but we have to have masks on hand, because if someone doesn't have a mask on, we either kick them out or give them a mask. So yes, the general
language on that just made it more towards it would just be provided. It sounds more towards it would be provided by the school then, in case you did not have one, they would be there.
Great.
Any other committee members with questions? Seeing none, we are on to playgrounds.
All right, sorry. So I think we were on playgrounds and specialty classes, and we talked about bathrooms previously, school meetings and events. Obviously, we're going to limit any meetings. I'll say this, later on too, even down to IEP meetings. Any meetings that we can hold remotely, we're going to continue to hold remotely. Whether in hybrid or full return, certainly any opportunity that we have to hold meetings in a remote fashion, that's just safer and better. So we're going to continue to promote that. And obviously events, as this is listed, it's basically proposed to me. We're not going to say no event could ever happen, but certainly we're going to have pretty prescriptive requirements for any events to happen. And we would follow the normal process for those to be approved. Next section goes into indoor air quality. I know we've talked about this several times in recent weeks. Kyle has provided you updates. That process is underway with the evaluation of all our systems. We've had discussions about the filters, upgrading from MERV 8 to MERV 13, and actually working with an engineer and consultants. There's actually a balance between 13 and 11 on the MERV rating, and MERV 13 is so restrictive on airflow that we want as much airflow as possible. So actually the recommendation was to use 11, even though 13 is the best. So that process is continuing. We will have a report by late August that will actually give us the air exchange in every single room across the district and give us a list of areas where we need to improve the airflow exchange. And then cleaning and disinfecting. I'll just say it's a two-pronged approach. There's certainly disinfecting, the hydrostatic guns, the misting guns that very effectively clean all high contact surfaces, all the regular routine cleaning. We contract out cleaning at the high school, middle school campus. At the elementary, we just added another half-time custodian this year. So certainly set up to be able to do all the normal cleaning, plus prioritizing added disinfecting. And that's going to be kind of doubled up with just routine cleaning, disinfecting wipes that we're in the process of getting in that are non-toxic, very safe for anyone, any age, any skin type to utilize these. So we confirm that information, be able to get a cut sheet so parents can see the ingredients in them, but to have those on hand and students walk in the classroom. If they're changing at the middle school, they come in, they wipe their desk. When they leave, they wipe their desk again, and then in between. So multiple contacts, grab a wipe when you're by the door, wipe the handle. So it's that just kind of creating that culture of perpetually cleaning, but beyond what everyone else does, it will be on a nightly basis. The custodians have a regimen that we're actually continuing to have meetings with the head custodians to develop those regimens in detail.
We stop 2 seconds to take questions from Paul, Mayette, and Aaron.
Yeah.
So just going back to the airflow, it looks great in terms of doing everything we can do at the building level. I've looked into and seen some different contradictory advice on what individuals can do within a room themselves to improve that. I would hate to see someone inadvertently undermine what we're doing by setting up airflow out when it should be coming in or from the hall. Yep. Is there anything going out to teachers' guidance for what to do, what not to do within their own rooms?
So I don't know if you want to jump in, Kyle, but this is, so that is certainly something we're going to wait to get that report from the consultants. So
correct. Yeah. So we'll, the consultants will be providing us with that report, like you mentioned, that outlines any improvements that need to be in any specific room. And then as part of our beginning of the year training with all the staff and with the students as well, we'll be covering a variety of topics, but one of those topics covered would be talking about the airflow in the rooms. And one thing that we touched upon was how you want a proper air exchange of air coming in the room and out of the room, but we don't want to just be setting up a fan in the front door of the classroom and having that circulate air from other spaces. So as part of to answer your question directly, is that will be included as part of our beginning of the year training.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
Aaron?
So my question has to do with the electrostatic sprayers. I was curious if we have a suspected case, if you may actually be using those electrostatic sprayers when kids and faculty still are in school by way of going and cleaning areas that the individual may have been in for the day so far, to make sure that it's clean if another child walks into that room if the classes are changing. So I know in the document itself, it says that it will be district policy that they will only be used at the end of the day when the students and staff are not present in the building. Has there been consideration to use them during the day if you have a suspected case to clean up and disinfect the area?
I would say I would be cautious about that, just by the nature of the fact. I mean, it's not necessarily the fact that it's dangerous. These don't require PPE to be worn to use these, but because it is aerosolized and it's hydrostatic, I'd be very cautious. Versus there's nothing that machine does. It doesn't disinfect the air. The electrostatic particles cling to surfaces, so there's nothing that machine does that can't be done by hand. Right, so by hand it will take longer, obviously, if you're wiping all aspects. But no, I mean, we can talk about that, but no, my understanding is we would say those are relegated to after hours when no students are in the building, no students and staff are in the building, and that becomes a kind of a secondary kind of high level disinfecting, not if we needed to disinfect a space where a student, unless, I mean, I guess if it became a large spread issue, a large scale issue, we would reconsider, but not unless we could keep students well away from the area. Yeah.
Was that it, Erin?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Police, did you have a question? I saw you on mute. No? Okay. Kaylee?
I have one new question piggybacking off of Erin. Should we then, I don't know if we'd want to look into changing the language on that just in case we did have to use them during the school day. Say they will like put in just some little change of language that would make it so that we could use them during the day in a way that would make it just to cover us.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, okay. My other question was, with the fact that we want to keep windows open as much as possible, has there been any work done or research done into how much we're going to lose in or take in additional costs come winter or fall due to having to heat the area and then having the windows open as well?
Go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to say it's all a balance. So certainly in this, at the beginning of the year, while it might be hot outside and certainly not as comfortable, the way that our HVAC systems are designed is that we can pull in as much outside air as the machines will allow. As it gets colder outside, it's detrimental to the system to a certain level. So we'll have to balance that. And as part of the reopening plan, this is certainly the plan for the beginning. And then as we've been having open communication with the engineering firm we had mentioned, as well as our mechanical maintenance providers on these systems, and actually a citizen as well, or a resident who's been super helpful, who's an expert in the industry. And what we'll have to do is modify the settings, the pulling in the outdoor air to make sure we're still maintaining a safe environment, but also the considerations you just mentioned.
But as a general rule, it will cost more to heat and to cool because of the fact that the what we're doing is we're basically we're taking what the system wants to do, which is recycle air, right? Air that's already cooled, recool that and filter that, or reheat that air. We're opening up the dampers and bringing in all fresh air, which from a safety perspective is good because we're able to exchange the air quicker. But it means we're heating when it's 10 degrees outside, that same day we were talking about on the bus, when we're continually heating 10-degree air, the system has to work a whole lot harder to reheat that air, but it's cleaner, fresher air, which in this case is the more important factor.
And from a budgetary perspective too, we have taken into consideration that our energy costs will be higher this year.
Do we have any projection on what that will look like, or is it just ballpark?
Not specifics.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, on we go.
Okay, so student transportation on page 17. I think we hit that. I think we kind of did that one ahead of page 17, but my kind of big takeaway is we're going to get information on monitors, and that if we're using the DESE guidance, then you're all more comfortable, and I don't disagree, having a monitor on there to make sure that we can maintain that 3-foot distancing. School meals, we are currently planning on using the cafeterias. It's a little bit more logistical challenge to move students back down to and back from. But it's an opportunity to air out classrooms, give the classrooms a break, move students in and out of a classroom where they might be far more than usual. And then also our food service folks will be providing lunch both to students who are in person as well as those who are on a remote learning day. So the logistical challenges of having to get meals from the cafeteria all the way to classrooms, as well as also figure out curbside and other methodologies for getting them to students on a remote day who select that, was very challenging. So we believe we can do it very safely in a way that ensures that students are kept to smaller cohorts and in a much more prescribed way, so that we can keep students safe. All lunches will be grab and go. There will be no open lunches. There'll be hot options as well as cold options. There are many grab and go options we've never looked at before, but basically kind of a contained, sealed containers that are warmed up. And so similar to other options that you would have on a normal hot lunch day, it will be both cold and warm options, but all will be sealed and grab and go. In between each group, obviously all the tables are sanitized and cleaned. So that wraps up the kind of the logistics. That definitely got below 30,000 feet. But are there other questions before we, honestly, I feel like the models are actually the quicker discussion now that we've gone through a lot of the logistics.
Any questions from the committee? Caitlin?
Quick question. Who is looking at the classrooms to ensure that every single one has the proper spacing and continues, because it's so easy throughout the year to kind of shift.
Yeah.
So is there going to be like routine checks?
Yep. So that would be working with the principals. Obviously, we can't be in all the schools at the same time, but certainly that is one of the things that the principals have to maintain, whether it's them personally, the assistants, and other folks working with teachers. But yeah, it'll be the requirement will be at the local level where they're making sure that that's the case. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, on into the in-person learning model.
Okay, so this one is the simplest. For an in-person learning model where we're keeping a 6-foot distance, if we were to make that work, obviously the big change is the whole entire school feels more sterile. It's a lot more prescribed. Its movement is restricted. But by and large, if we had a full in-person bringing all students back, whether the 3-foot or the 6-foot model, or the 6-foot distancing, it would be the same content, the same instruction, the same learning methodologies, but it would be obviously done in a very different environment. So the in-person model goes through in some level of detail the curriculum, and then the curriculum at a glance. Kim put some great detail together about the various curriculum resources we're using. Certainly it's important to note that Kim and working with Anna Bates have developed extensive, over the past 3, 4, 5 years, is that correct, Kim? Extensive additional resources, and even more over the summer from the curriculum resources that we have that have expanded their online options and supports. So we have a considerable amount of resources available for learning. And if we were at any point that we are full in person, we would still be, I don't want to say focusing on, but maintaining some time and energy towards the remote resources and operations, because at any moment in time, as required by this model, we need to be able to shift. And it could be shift from fully in to fully remote, or hybrid to fully remote, or remote to hybrid. Whatever the shifts are, we need to be able to be prepared. So the in-person model very much looks very similar relies on the same resources. There are additional resources, again, that we would have available to us. But it's obviously limited based on the restrictions that we would have in place. And as I mentioned, even in a full in-person model, we're going to maintain that comfort level and familiarity with technology, so that when we need to shift, I think regardless of what plan is ultimately chosen, we can assume there will be shifts. And when shifts need to happen, we want to maximize everyone's comfort with the instructional technology and making sure that it becomes a tool and not a hindrance. So other than that, it's I don't think there's a whole lot exciting about the in-person model. So then we shift over to the in-person and remote learning hybrid model. The model, or the big change right up there, right at the top, students are attending both in person and remotely. The second sentence over says student attendance is required and daily and periodic attendance at the middle school and high school will be taken. So that is a key difference, even right on down to the way that students are engaged. It is an expectation that on the first day of school, students are engaged. If they are on a remote learning day or in a full remote model, they are still expected to be in their schedule or be in their scheduled class, in maintaining a routine schedule so that teachers are aware, their students are present, and regardless of the varied ways that we can talk about this concept of synchronous being live and asynchronous being more self-paced learning, it's a blend of both. But in any of those times when a student is learning remotely, there is an expectation of engagement, and we do have to take attendance as part of that process. So after lots of consideration, we ultimately landed on an alternating day hybrid cohort model. There are districts who looked at week on, weeks off. There are districts who have looked at 2 days in a row. Ultimately, the working group felt like the best methodology was to do an every other day. In the survey that we had sent to parents, we threw out the option as an example to say Monday, Wednesday cohort, Tuesday, Thursday cohort, and then a Friday. Is it an alternating Friday in and out? Is it a consistent, always remote? That was the preference. Ultimately, we made the choice to recommend that always remote day lands on a Monday. The primary reason for that was there are at least 3 Monday holidays, which would mean that for those Mondays, those students would lose their one in-person day for the week. And obviously, in a hybrid model, if students are only in school 2 days per week, we certainly want to maximize those days when they're in school with an educator. So we shifted that to a Monday rather than the Friday. The last time we did surveys about PD, I think that was last year, we did those surveys about preference for PD days and days off for full days. The majority of folks said, pick at one end of the week. Don't put it right in the middle, but one end of the week is the preference. So we shifted that to Monday. So you can see in the table there, cohort A would be remote on Monday, in school Tuesday, remote Wednesday, in school Thursday, remote Friday. And then cohort B would be remote, then in school, remote, in school. So it is not ideal to have students in a hybrid model. We want to see students every day. But in this case, we felt like this was the model that provided the greatest consistency, the longest period of time that a student goes without seeing someone is 4 days rather than 5 days. So that was, ultimately the decision where we landed to go with this concept. In this model, in the hybrid model, high priority students would be seen more frequently. Again, at this point, we're saying that upwards of every single day, students, whether it be based on a diagnosed disability or socioeconomic reason or other challenges that have precluded that student from engaging, that we will prioritize those students. Actually, in the process now, I know Dave McGee and Kim Croto are working on that process to refine the criteria of what students are high needs. And then obviously we'll work closely with school principals to identify students who may not be identified by some standard metric, but that would be considered high needs. So, so those students would be in perhaps on a daily basis or depending on when they need to be in to meet the needs based on their individual needs. Right there in the middle of the page, it is underlined. We are committing to ensure that all students in a household are on the same cohort. So cohort A or cohort B, all students in a household will be on the same cohort. So families can assume that any student any child under their roof is either in school or home or on a remote day on the same day, and they wouldn't have to mix the two. The curriculum in a hybrid model is the same curriculum. We don't change it up. Obviously, we then move on to the instructional delivery, and obviously there is a change. So there's ongoing discussion about exactly what a remote day will look like. But what we have confirmed and outlined here, it talks about both synchronous and asynchronous. Again, synchronous is live instruction, and it sits right in the middle of the page. This type of live interaction is called synchronous learning. In a hybrid model, students will have regular, consistent opportunities to access live, synchronous instruction, student-to-student interaction, collaborative assignments, projects, teacher feedback, and other needed supports. So that is a key difference in regards to the expectations that were set out in the spring. That was a very different process, again, that we were thrown into overnight. So we have working through very clear expectations. Obviously, that looks very different in a second grade classroom than it does in an AP bio class. But the consistent expectation is that all students will have multiple checkpoints per day, both synchronous and asynchronous when they're on a remote learning day, which means that they would have expectations for very clear cut times when they need to be on something. It might be a live Google Meet with a whole class. It might be a scheduled time where they're working with peers in their class. It might be a time when they're working remotely on a consistent document, but not necessarily live streaming, or it might be streaming. It might be streaming right from a classroom, and a teacher is speaking both to the students in her or his room, as well as the students on the Zoom. So there's no one prescribed method where we can say this will be used all the time. Obviously, different, when I just said grade 2 versus an AP bio class or an AP mathematics class, those are very different topics and content, and they lend themselves to very different learning experiences. So it's not where students on a remote day will be learning entirely on their own. There will be times when they're learning on their own, self-paced, but also several opportunities per day during the day where they will be interacting. That does not mean it will always be the classroom teacher who is working with them, again, depending on the grade level. At the elementary level, we've talked about providing interventions. And so certainly there are other interventionists, special education teachers, other folks who would be providing interventions, still working on specials, meaning art, music, and PE. The exact best way to ensure those, and also make sure that we're not having an individual teacher see all 500 students at Salisbury Elementary, for example, in a given week. So that certainly doesn't help in regards to safety. So kind of working through exactly how all those will work within the guidelines. But the key point is, in a hybrid model, parents can expect that it's obviously when students are in school, obviously they're with their class, and it's very much following the schedule. But then when students are home, they're following a similar schedule with a blend of both synchronous and asynchronous. So that is the key difference, where there was, going back to those original kind of driving points as far as things we learned, were families needed to feel like students were engaged every day. And if it was self-paced work that could be done throughout the week, some students finish that really quickly, or even if it was each day and they're done with their work by, I had that experience with my own son, where it was all good, had everything they needed to get done for the day, and then they were good for the rest of the day. That's not the case. This will be much more prescribed, following a schedule through a normal school day where the students are at home or in person. So I think I went over other details, but if we look at page 25, we give a sample schedule. This is not set in stone. This is not exact, but just an example. If students are in school, that kind of before school time to 8:25, which is when elementary day starts, be technology support available, working through multiple people that would be able to provide that for families and students to get technology support for things that may or may not be working. That first chunk of the day, an example where we would have an opportunity for the whole class to meet together at the elementary level. Maybe it's morning meeting, that kind of opening connections with the students for the day. Again, need to take attendance for students who are in the classroom as well as those who are remote. Exactly how that works, we're working through those details. But you can see it follows a very typical schedule, a very typical day. And you can see those students who would be at home, they'd be a blend of both synchronous times in each of those content areas and asynchronous times. And it may mean that someday there isn't asynchronous learning and it's all independent work. But by and large, you can see that there'll be multiple touch points through the day when students will be interacting with teachers. Again, it could be various different teachers as well as their classroom teacher on their remote day. So it's key to say this is an elementary example of a schedule. The key being there'll be a set schedule for both in-person and remote. And this is one of the discussions we're having ongoing negotiations with teachers. Schedules are a mandatory bargaining topic. So we'll continue to work through that. In all of our ongoing discussions, I think we're all on the same page. It's just a matter of buttoning up details. But the key is that there's a very set schedule throughout the day. At the high school level, it's not entirely different. Obviously, at the secondary level, just the expectation and the learning environment is different. I think you will probably see more individuals who are streaming a class, actually streaming a class or recording lessons. There are certainly some subjects that lend themselves more to lectures, if you will, versus interactive work. So similar to the elementary level, it will still vary by content and subject. But again, expectations that students, obviously in school, have a very normal, consistent schedule, and those at home have a consistent schedule. Obviously the bells don't ring at home, but a consistent schedule so that students need to be checking in each period. Because as I noted, we do have to take attendance, both daily and period attendance. So just the schedule at the bottom of the page on 26, those who have lived or experienced a high school schedule know that I could put 17 pages of detail here. The schedule is not going to be, and I decided not to because I think it would confuse people, but the concept is 3 academic blocks or 4 academic blocks a day, one in the middle of the day that's longer for lunch. Are they going to be exactly 87 minutes? Not necessarily. The concept is an 85, 87 or so minute block, 4 of them a day. It minimizes the number of students that are interacting with each other and with teachers during the day from a safety perspective. It's not necessarily ideally where we would land if we were staying in school. This is not moving to block schedules as an ultimate decision. But all periods are meeting as students are coming in over the course of the 2-day rotation. There is no rotation in the schedule. Blocks are consistent each day. But again, the blocks are there for safety to minimize the cohort size. But there is a consistent schedule each day without a rotation and a drop. So again, I mentioned on the other schedule, that is being negotiated. We are discussing that with the teachers. And so that's certainly something that we'll continue to work through. But absolutely, everyone can expect that there's a consistent, whether you're elementary or middle or high school, that there's a very consistent schedule, whether students are at home or they're in school. There's got to be questions there.
I was just going to say, that's a good place to stop. Kaylee, go ahead.
Okay.
So my question is definitely more high school specific. I know in the past, it's been a 7-day waterfall schedule.
Mm-hmm.
With this model, will it be a 5-day schedule? Will it be a 7-day schedule, or is that just not determined yet?
It is a set schedule. Mm-hmm. So you're going to have all of your classes every other week. I see you would actually understand it if I wrote the whole thing out. So it's over 2 days, all the periods meet, but the schedule stays the same.
Okay, so just every 2 days, every
So
2 days.
so you'll understand, no waterfall every 2 days, exactly, well said.
Okay, so it's not like a 7-day, a 5-day, just 2,
Correct.
2, 2, so on and so forth.
And yes, and then obviously if you're home, it's that, and then it reverses. So over 2 days, you meet all your classes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes. Good question. A nice summary, just call it yes, it's an every other day.
Any other questions from the committee on this? Seeing none, on we go.
Wow. I assume there'd be, oh, and I also want to mention, there's examples listed here. Where had I wrote back on page 23 talks about semi-weekly office hours, individual check-ins, students bi-weekly. That whole concept of office hours last year was in place of a full schedule where we're teaching students all day. So will there be a time? Yes, there's a whole concept of extra help that's scheduled at the high school and middle school. Yes, that will exist, but that whole concept of office hours that was listed last year, I didn't want to not include it because I think there's opportunities for it, but by and large, teachers are going to be scheduling and have access to students and students access to teachers routinely on a remote day. So whereas last year we were basically using office hours as those check-in opportunities, especially early on, when we were told by the Department of Ed that we can't expect students to be in and we can't grade and collect work. It can't be required. Those were opportunities to check in. So just, as we've kind of gone through this, one of the key points is when we hear the concept of remote learning, we have to wash our brains of the experience from March 13th to June, whenever that ended, because this is different and will be different. In talking to teachers are excited, right, about new ways and new opportunities to engage students and new methodologies and modalities. Again, last spring we experienced and kind of worked our way through the spring and had a much better product in June than we did in March. But I think as a whole, the concept is going to be very different when we open, whether remote or hybrid or otherwise, in September. It's going to be a very different experience for everyone. So just want to make sure that was clear. I don't think there were questions. So we, as far
Kaylee has a question.
Oh.
Sorry. With the office hours, if it had been, you'd said that had we had a normal year, it was still being considered to being put into the schedule. Would office hours be basically replacing or making a unified study time and putting office hours instead of study?
Yeah. Could it be? Yes. Right. I mean, there could be an opportunity for a directed study, and it's going to vary. The key is it's not office hours where you have to seek out a teacher to check in because you haven't had a class with them. It's going to be, on this 2-day rotating on the schedule, you're going to see your teachers and interact with them. In a hybrid model, in school every other day, and even on a remote model, direct connection with them on a routine basis. So yes, but there also would be likely a directed study depending.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and then on page 27, obviously, it's a vast uptick in the use of technology when we move from a full in-person to a hybrid. Again, even in the full in-person, we would be introducing and working with technology more. Obviously, in a hybrid model, we start to rely on it more. And I believe we've said this over the weeks that we would be using technology even on an in-person day so that it becomes a comfortable modality for instructional learning. Not all the time, but depending on the subject and content, there needs to be a familiarity so that there's a seamless flow between the remote days and the in-person learning days. So then on page 28, we get to the fully remote option. So in a full remote instruction, certainly we basically take the hybrid and we take the in-person, those 2 in-person days out. As far as the content, it's the same. The curriculum is the same. The instructional delivery obviously relies similarly on the content that we had for the remote days in the hybrid model. The difference being an entire class is remote, and it's not necessarily where we're in cohorts and only half the class is with the teacher and half the class is without. So certainly in a remote model, it creates far more opportunities for students to work in both whole class and small group instruction. Again, at the elementary level, a very different experience in a kindergarten classroom. It's very appropriate that a teacher will be working with small groups remotely, while an assistant may be doing other things and other groups may be working on an independent project, and then coming back together. And obviously then on up through the middle school on into the high school, where the level of involvement will be, I think, far more robust. But by the same token, and we keep saying this, and it's a challenge to balance, the easiest thing would be to just stream the 4 blocks at the high school from 7:42 a.m. to 2:13 in the afternoon, and it's a very seamless, you have the same content if you're sitting in the class or you're sitting at home, but that's just not good for anyone. So certainly we're looking at ways to mix that up. So teachers shouldn't be sitting in front of Zoom all day, and kids shouldn't be sitting in front of a Zoom or Google Meet screen all day. So certainly creatively expanding the options for remote learning. But again, similar to a remote day in the hybrid model, in a fully remote model, it's a blend of synchronous and asynchronous learning. It's not on from 7:42 till 2:13 in the afternoon at the high school, or 8:25 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the elementary. So other than that, it's obviously the shift in the use of technology. It becomes the only and the primary, I shouldn't say the only, but the primary source of connection and instruction with students. With independent work, obviously, we rely on the connection with technology, and obviously by grade level, it's going to vary how the technology is used. It is not just about Google Meet or Zoom meetings. That's not the only way that we can actively engage students in learning. So again, the key is that we're going to maintain a schedule just like we would in a hybrid model. There has been some discussion about actually part of the reason for a block schedule at the high school is for cohorting and creating smaller cohorts to make sure that students are in the smallest groups possible. Again, impossible to do self-contained classes at the high school. If we were in a fully remote model, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. So there's been some discussion about there being potentially 2 different schedules, that if we were fully remote, obviously not in a hybrid, we were remote in school days, but if we were fully remote, that we might follow a different schedule where classes meet more frequently, specifically at the high school, and maybe even every class every day. But again, trying to maximize the schedule for the model we're living within. So certainly those decisions will be made in the coming weeks as we continue to have those very detailed discussions. But that wouldn't impact, as far as how students would interact. That it wouldn't change the course load. It might mean that rather than blocks over 2 days, they're meeting every day, but it wouldn't change the course offering or anything else. And obviously at the elementary level, it likely would remain far more consistent. I think
I was
that's
going to
it.
say, can we take questions on the hybrid?
Yeah.
Because it looks like you hit the end of that section.
I was going to say that was the fully remote.
Oh, sorry. Partly
Yeah.
remote, my bad.
And we can take, I mean,
Seeing
that's
none.
all
Paul,
3.
please. Yep, go ahead, Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Loud
so
and clear.
Brian, I'd like to ask Kim Croto a couple questions.
Of course.
The first, because you've been talking for a long time, and it's time for her to earn a keep. So, first question: are we in a remote model? Are we going to have regular grading? That's the first question. And the second question is, how are we going to grade the students remotely? And so, while you formulate your answer, Kim, I was speaking with a teacher in a different district, and she was telling me that when she was teaching 3rd graders last year, she got to know her 20 or 22 kids very well. And when it went remote, the child's writing style went from here to off the screen. And so how are you going to address the grading?
Kim, can you unmute, please?
Sorry.
Thanks.
So we are going to implement the traditional grading practices, which means at the elementary level, it will be standards-based grading. And so the kids have to demonstrate a level of proficiency based on the state standards. As far as their academic ability maybe might be elevated in a remote setting as opposed to an in-person setting, I think we have to have some open and honest conversations with parents about the benefits of supporting your kids, but there are also some drawbacks when their work is not their work anymore, because we certainly can't support them in that particular setting in a way that is going to help that child in the long run. So I think if we have those open and honest conversations with parents, that will be helpful. We'll also have some online remote assessments that they'll be doing. And it would be very difficult for somebody to be standing over their shoulder and telling them. I would say that we have a fair amount of data as far as the younger kids. If they're newly coming in as kindergartens, we will have some kindergarten screening that we will be able to do, hopefully in person by appointment only. But beyond that, we have a whole host of kind of history and progress about our students. So if something changes drastically, then we would reach out to the parents and have some conversations about what's happening. And that's on both extremes, I would say, as far as the grading. In regards to the middle school and high school, again, traditional grading. So all of the teachers will set the criteria out at the forefront of the year, and it should look very similar to what the expectations were in the past. If there are any changes, those will be very forward and shared with everybody. We talked a lot about at the last reopening group about not giving students extra credit for showing up to a Zoom meeting or punishing them for something where they couldn't show up because of circumstances. So I just want to make it clear that all of us around the table really believes that grades should be based on what you can do academically. And although behaviors are part of it, we really want to focus in on the true abilities of the kids. So trying to separate that too. That's not to say that there are study behaviors that need to be addressed if they're not positive or are going in the right direction, but really making sure that we set our standards high and that we're able to assess those students appropriately. And if we can't, then we will obviously have those conversations with parents and students.
So I have a follow-up, Narissa. The Mass Teachers Association has been fairly public about putting the MCAS either on the back burner or burying it altogether. How are you going forward in the fall if we have a remote plan? How are you going to deal with MCAS? Are you also going to put it on the back burner, or are you setting aside specific time to do the MCAS? Or hold on, or are you waiting for further state guidance?
So we don't teach the test. So what basically the state is saying that they have no intention right now to do anything as far as change up the MCAS. What we do know is that we are going to be teaching and starting with kind of the grade level standards as opposed to teaching the previous grade standards. And we're going to start to look at where there might be gaps and then front loading that in advance and filling in those gaps as they go through with the grade level standards. So the MCAS is a reflection of what you're doing throughout the school year as you teach to the standards. If your curriculum is aligned to the standards, then all the MCAS prep, you don't need that because you're following that curriculum. And we need to know in advance where our students are academically. So again, if there's a certain unit that we're going into and we know we need to give a couple extra days of overview to backfill something that they didn't get, we're going to do that. Because as it stands right now, we know that there are gaps in certain areas.
And Narissa, just one more, and I promise I'll stop. This is not a question, just a comment. Going forward, the executive summary talks about identifying transitions. So obviously, if we're hybrid and we need to transition to remote, it's going to be a health-related reason. But if we're fully remote, I would like to know when the executive summary comes out, what we're doing transition. So if we start fully remote, I'd like to have timetables for transitions. I'd like to have professional development days set aside where teachers can say, what are we doing well? What are we doing poorly, at grade level? So that's just a comment, not looking for feedback right now, but just going forward, I'd like to have that addressed.
I would say to you, if we're going to start remote and move to hybrid in that scenario, absolutely. I would never recommend that without any timetables to say, here are some dates along the way. Absolutely, I agree.
Any other questions from the committee? I don't see any. All right, on to the family selected remote.
I was just gonna say, Will, I think we need to add some language in there about grading. I was just looking quickly to see, I think we can tease that out better, specifically, basically everything you just said, Kim. We'll make sure we add that in. We can work on that tomorrow. Sorry, my pages. So the fully option, again, we keep talking about this as there's the fully remote model, and then there's the remote option. So it was made very clear, and again, this was one of those things that was, first of all, there was no a la carte choice, and then Desi made it very clear that we had to have an option for those families who may or may not agree with the choice that we are offering at the time. So the fully, or the remote option would only be in place if we are operating in a full in-person or in a hybrid model. If we're in a full remote model, we wouldn't then have a separate remote model for families to choose from. But if we did then transition back into hybrid, ultimately someday back into full in-person, then we would absolutely allow folks to stay on that remote plan. So this is I don't know if this is fair to say, this is a work in progress. There, in the guidance, you can see Desi basically outlines 5 possible options. They did procure 2 different platforms, or 2 different options, I should say. One that allows actually us to buy courses from the Mass Virtual Schools. There's 2 of them, Greenfield and Teka. Obviously, that's more appropriate at a high school level or what have you. But that allows us to buy specific courses without students enrolling in the online academy. And then also they got 2 learning management platforms or learning platforms that are kind of fully self-paced remote learning modules that follow all state guidelines at a specific grade level. We have decided, we've talked about that for weeks, every week over week, we were like, yep, we're waiting from the information from Desi. Over the course of that time frame, we agreed, and Kim fully agrees, that using our resources, we can develop a very effective remote model, a remote option for families who select that if we're in a hybrid or a full in-person model. It would basically, it's very similar to a remote in that it would use our curriculum resources, as we talked about the fact that we've developed extensively our repertoire of online resources. It would be a similar experience in regards to overall remote learning. There would be some supplementary Desi resources that, again, not necessarily those ones we subscribe to, but other resources that Desi is looking to make available. We're waiting to hear. And students would be assigned a cohort, a teacher, to work with them. So those are the similarities. The differences are we wouldn't necessarily be able to keep a student exactly on pace with a specific grade level or curriculum, because this is an option that parents are selecting when we've decided, say, in a hybrid model. So we're working with students, half are home, half are in school each day. It's a very different thing to work with students who are never going to be in school. So we would absolutely assign a district instructor, teacher, to work with those students. Depending on the numbers of families that select that, we could have, making this up, 19 students in grades 3 and 4 across all 3 elementaries. And so we might have one teacher that works with those 19 students to develop, obviously, appropriate for the grade level, 3rd or 4th, and manage the content and use the resources we have available to develop a fully remote curriculum that meets the standards, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that they have the ability to fall in line and join a class meeting every morning. If we can, we would absolutely try, right? So this is kind of weird in that we're saying it might happen, but by and large, we can't commit to that because we'll be committing our resources to the hybrid or full in-person model. So this option would be different. It may be that we have the ability to have students more interactive in their grade level, depending on how that transition goes. But we won't be able to commit to that. What we can commit to is it is an option completely aligned to all the standards. Using our resources and our educators, that's absolutely better because we can control the pacing. So as it notes down below, parents do have the option to come back into the whatever model is in play at the district. And certainly we would need a 2-week time frame. We can't say, just I'll see you tomorrow. But if with 2 weeks notice, that would allow us to work with those educator assigned to those students to kind of help them kind of reacclimate to the pace of whatever grade level they are at, and transition back into the model, hybrid or full in person, better. It won't be perfect, but it will be more a smoother transition than if we were to have students on some self-paced platform that the Department of Ed is providing or otherwise. So those are the kind of high level. We will have a process, and obviously if we were to start in remote, this wouldn't be in play right away. If we were to start in a hybrid, this would be in play right away. So certainly based on the decision tonight and Wednesday in regards to those decisions, the model to open under and the calendar and all of that, we would take our next steps in regards to sharing that process with families of how they would select that option. But there will be a separate process where families would select that. So any questions on the option?
Kaylee?
This is more of a it's not really dependent on what model winds up being chosen, but it involves coursework. I was wondering if Triton is still planning on offering dual enrollment this year.
That's funny. I had that question and I don't have the answer to that. Again, the last discussion I had with Mr. Kelly is we had not taken anything off the table. So anything that was existing was still on the table. I can get an answer for you on that. I don't know. Do you know, Kim? No.
I know 2 years ago it was really easy to access the information for dual enrollment.
Yep.
Last year it was really difficult to find across the high school, and then this year is an unknown so far.
Yep, absolutely. We can get an answer for you on that.
Any other questions? I just want to, I guess, confirm what I think is true. Is a lot of the mays and we can't commit to that will be dependent on the number of families that opt for the remote option. Is that correct?
That is correct. Certainly. I mean, if we have 600 students who elect a remote option, that obviously pulls those students out of grade level cohorts, and maybe we have one teacher at every grade level. And obviously that's different at the high school when we have very specific content areas, where at the elementary it's a matter of a grade level teacher. But yes, that is absolutely, there is no way for us to put concrete parameters around this until we put the option out there, if we were to be in a hybrid model.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on this before we move on? All right, seeing none. Highest need students. I think you covered a lot of this already.
I was going to say, I'm not going to go through this in detail. Yep. We talked about the kind of categories, disabilities. We are talking about considering all of our preschool students high needs. So that offering that to, again, it's a tuition-based program, bringing them in daily, not for a full schedule. Significant learning disabilities, English learners, and economically disadvantaged. Again, any one of those categories in and of themselves does not automatically qualify a student to be priority. If a student has a disability, but they are able to learn remotely effectively, then they would not be considered a high priority student. If we're saying, in a hybrid model, the hybrid model is because of safety. Similarly, if we're choosing a remote model is chosen because of safety. So safety has to be the priority. So we would only bring those students in if we're saying that they would not be able to meet or learn effectively. So I think just the kind of the key next steps in regards to special education services. So delivery of services, our plan is to fully implement services, certainly bringing in the students who need to be in daily. We're talking about acclimating students at the end of the year, at the end of the summer into the school building. Evaluations, obviously those parents who have a student on an IEP know that everything got backlogged. Sandy and Dave are both on this call, and all of our ETCs did yeoman's work trying to keep pace. Many families said we'll just push off the team meeting and we'll meet as soon as we can meet in person. As I had said earlier, we're going to do everything we can to maximize the use of remote learning. That may be it may be that we can hold those meetings, it may be that we can't, but we're going to do everything we can remotely to protect safety. But getting back in the schedule with IEP meetings and certainly delivery of services and all that, the goal is getting back on schedule and on pace for all service delivery that are outlined in IEPs. So, so that was.
Paul Matt has a quick question, if we could.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard you saying, we talked about the possibility of labeling all preschool students as high needs.
Yep.
Has there been any conversation beyond that of, say, extending that as far as maybe pre-readers or higher grades who might need that more intensive in-person instruction?
So I would say that's I don't know if you want to jump in, Kim, but I would say that is an active discussion as we speak. And the threshold we're using is their inability to learn effectively remotely. So could that be, as you described, a pre-reader who needs severe interventions? Yes, it could be. Will that automatically trigger the student? Not necessarily. So it's kind of the whole package of the student's inability. I don't know if you want to add more or less to that, Kim.
No.
Yep.
Any other questions? Well, we've got a quick break. All right, on we go.
So out of school time plans, again, I think you mentioned, Narissa, early on, athletics is sanctioned by MIAA. They prescribe the schedule. Other groups, such as the marching band, they've already canceled the season. MIAA has not canceled athletics. They've postponed the season start to the 14th of September. I suspect that as schools are making decisions, they will update their recommendations. But I believe there's growing concern that the fall season is likely in jeopardy, given the nature of the pandemic and the virus as we speak. We are looking to put, before and after school enrichment opportunities. Certainly it's important. It's certainly a lower priority than the academic day. That is absolutely what we focused our time and energy on, is bringing students in safely for the academic day. The other key piece, there was a comment at the beginning in regards to childcare. We have not figured out a way to safely provide, we'll call it Kids Club at the elementary level, Kids Club on days when a student is not in person. If a student's on remote, we can't bring those students back into the building because we're then duplicating numbers. However, for a student who is in person on a remote day, we are talking about using Kids Club from that 3 to 6 hour, so that folks who are working and have used Kids Club in the past, and others who may not have, would have that ability if their student ends at 3 o'clock, that having Kids Club until 6 o'clock. Again, but if the restricted numbers or increased number of staff in rooms, that is a fee-based program, so certainly there's a balance on those accounts. We'll be able to keep that moving forward. We also are looking at the possibility of, as we look at a hybrid model, a lot of educators are parents, and a lot of educators have the same challenge that our parents have as parents themselves. So looking at the possibility of Kids Club offerings during the day, if we can find a way to keep it separate, completely separate, and again, offer that for educators to make sure that there's no conflict with them being able to work with students. Again, a fee-based program. We're assessing the feasibility, if there's enough interest in that now, to make that viable. So again, before and after school, a lesser priority than the day, but still a priority we're looking at. And I should also mention, got an email from tonight, Chris Bevilacqua, who's the executive director of the Ipswich YMCA, is very interested in opening a program that would be for remote days at the camp in Rowley. So that would be available to students. Obviously, would need to have transportation there. From Pine Grove, it's easier to get students there. From Newbury or Salisbury, it's a little more challenging. But certainly with transportation provided, that would be a program that he's focusing on opening up. So that would be for families, again, fee-based, but they have a very, very robust tuition assistance program for families. So those that qualify can get significant assistance, and just the rates themselves are very affordable. So they are looking to offer that for as many as they possibly can. And that would be for students who are on a remote learning day, not just the after school care. So we're working with them to hopefully make that as large as possible. But again, it would not be on our sites. We feel strongly that if we're going to run a program on our sites, we've got to find a way to do it safely and not just bring more students onto our campus if we're limiting the number from a perspective of safety. So that is in the works, and certainly it will not be run by Triton, but we will absolutely do our best to support the Y and certainly share that far and wide with families as the details become available. On page 37, goes through the professional learning opportunities. These are for optional. So certainly when we talk about the calendar, there are professional learning days at the beginning of the academic year where teachers are required to be here, and there's all sorts of training, logistical, detailed, as well as content pedagogy that we have lined up. But these are some offerings that would have been voluntary. There's a link there on the active document where you can click and see that active sheet that lists all the various schedules for all these programs. But certainly looking to make opportunities for teachers who are voluntary, looking at these voluntarily over the summer, but also for families, those who may speak Google and those who may not speak Google, and making plenty of opportunities to make sure that we have training opportunities for them and ongoing support to make sure that we have all the support we need to make learning effective. And then the final 2 pages is a glossary of terms because we in education love jargon. So that is the plan. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Paulise?
So, Brian, I just want to talk a moment about sports. And I know that we're in the process of saying something, and yes, he may not be saying anything. If you go with a hybrid or in person, then it would be my expectation that you would use your best judgment with CDC guidelines. If you go remote, I hope that the district does not have sports or after-school programs, because a number of teachers are also coaches, and it would be hugely problematic for the district if we lost a teacher coaching in the afternoon while the rest of the district is fully remote, to lose that teacher from their capability of teaching remotely because they're sick or they're in the hospital or whatever. So I've said it before, and I just want to say it again, that if we do go remote, I want the district to make the decision about sports. I don't want you to wait for Maya, and I don't want you to wait for the state. Just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, Paul Goldner?
Do we have any sense of how many local school districts might be working with the Y on this remote day plan, and whether or not there might be a large number of students from a large number of different school buildings coming together in the same place?
So we would be working with the Y to develop a program for Triton students. So the Y works routinely in Ipswich. I mean, obviously they're based in Ipswich, so they work and have programs in various locations. And I believe, so the Y in Ipswich is the Cape Ann Y, right? So it goes out and there's other Cape Ann locations. So again, running programs for Hamilton Wenham within the district, Ipswich within the district, Manchester Essex within the district. So it'll be the same thing here. So it's a Triton program running at Camp Cedar Mill is the current discussion. There may be other locations that they have available, but to your point, yes, it would be specific to our district and not mixing kids from all over the North Shore in a program. Yeah, great question.
And I would say the Boys and Girls Club in Salisbury.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
They were still on the fence about what they were going to do, but it was going to be open to Amesbury and some of the other towns. It was not just going to be supporting the Salisbury residents. So.
Erin?
Can you talk to us a little bit about if there are expectations on the percentage of synchronous versus asynchronous learning time that the student should expect to have?
I would say I'm not prepared to answer that question. That is an ongoing discussion that we're having as far as scheduling with the Teachers Association. I think it will unequivocally depend on age, it will depend on, it will vary based on age and grade level. It will vary based on content. I think, certainly at the high school, there are content that is more conducive, as I said earlier, to a kind of a lecture type stream, where others are more interactive. And there will also be a varied approach to what synchronous is. And that it doesn't mean that that's just a live meeting with a teacher. There are other ways to work synchronously. But I would say, the consistent language here is there's multiple times per day. What we heard time and time again, anecdotally in the survey, is teachers were scheduling a few Zooms a week. And again, at our direction, they were optional, right? Because we were told by DESE we couldn't require people to be there. So teachers were scheduling Zooms and multiple check-ins and office hours. And it's going to be very different. It's going to be very prescribed. We need to be taking attendance. We need to be taking period attendance at the middle school and the high school.
Attendant of your schools. I'm trying to find out if they're going to send you back.
All right, hang on one second.
It's good. I got it.
You got it. Did I mute myself too? No, I'm still muted. So yeah, so that is, I don't have the exact answer for the exact formula, but that is ongoing discussions in regards to exactly how much is synchronous and asynchronous. But the expectation is multiple synchronous points per day for students to interact. Oh, sorry.
Brent, you're muted.
You got muted. Sorry.
There you go. Oh, no, you're muted again.
There you go.
There you go.
So I want to clarify a little bit more, because I guess I wasn't specific enough. Would there be expectations for each teacher? I understand that the methods to get the teachings across vary, and it's good to switch it up, that sort of thing, so that the kids have the opportunity to go at their own pace at various points, as well as being able to do multiple methods to keep their interest. I'm actually looking to find out if there's going to be like a minimum expectation that the teacher's going to actually be doing a certain amount of synchronous versus asynchronous learning.
Yes, there will be.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry, it was a simpler question. Of course,
I know. I wasn't expecting a short one.
Shocking, Brian had a 5-minute answer for a simple question. Sorry.
Linda, did you have a question?
I did have one, but Brian clarified it just now.
Okay. Excellent. Anyone else with questions? All right, seeing none. I'm going to give you a real brief fill-in on kind of, so the plan addresses what's going on in the district, but there's been some work going on, sorry about that, sort of separately on, kind of all the systems, I guess, that back us up as far as testing and contact tracing. So I think, we had a number of questions that were answered as part of the meeting where we had the Newbury health agent and the Newbury public health nurse come on and answer some of our questions. I think during that session, it seemed like questions were answered quite readily. We had, during the high school discussion forum, someone brought up a concern with having had a child with an illness that the symptoms could potentially have been COVID, and she related that she had some grave difficulties in getting a test, and had found out during that process that a lot of the testing sites that are listed for our area actually don't take minors. And that was of concern to her. Maureen, who's the vice chair, was also on that discussion forum, and it was something that we connected on afterwards and just said it was a big concern, kind of a waving yellow flag for us. So we did a little bit of background research on that and found out that for this area, what it looks like is that there are two different options. Most of the pediatrician's offices and family health offices actually do not offer testing through the offices. They simply don't have the equipment at this point. A lot of them are referring into ERs for minors. So they would typically go to Anna Jake's, Holy Family, Lawrence General. I called my own kids' doctor, and they would have sent us to Union Hospital in Lynn to get tested. The test results through a lot of those are taking 2+ days. It's hard to get a really good idea on how long it would take to turn those around. There are a few private options that are also available in the area that would take minors. There's one in Newburyport, there's another one down in Beverly. Their test result time was significantly longer. And they were looking at the one in Newburyport, I believe Maureen was quoted over the phone that they were at a 10 to 14 day turnaround on results. The one in Beverly was about an 8 to 10 day turnaround on results. So pretty significantly lengthy time on results. The hospitals also in general took insurance, they took Mass Health, they took or offered no cost testing for the uninsured. In general, testing for COVID is free if the patient is symptomatic. If they're not symptomatic, then it seems to vary on whether you're charged and what you're charged for COVID testing. So that was kind of new information that we hadn't had previously. Brian, actually, because we were discussing that this is a big concern, obviously, if you can't turn around results quickly or have testing be very, very accessible to families that might need to get one for a student. Brian actually reached out to Anna Jake's and is talking to them about potentially forming some sort of partnership. We don't have solid answers on that yet. I don't know if you want to add anything, Brian. I know
Yeah, no, it was the Director of Clinical Services that I've spoken with, and he is having discussions with senior leadership. There is interest in a partnership, but basically Anna Jake's testing supplies are focused on their patients that are admitted ER or admitted to screen patients as they come in. They contract with an outside entity, so they could certainly speed up the process to get the test. They wouldn't necessarily be able to speed up the results. It would still be an outside lab producing the results.
All right, thank you, Brian. So, so that's one thing that we're looking at. There is also last Tuesday, there was an alliance that was announced between 6 states and the Rockefeller Foundation to purchase rapid testing equipment. And Massachusetts is one of the states that's included in that alliance. Governor Baker was quoted as saying that one of the things they're working on is developing an ability to do rapid mobile testing for schools when schools open. Like I said, that was last Tuesday. He said that there would be an announcement with additional information within a few days. We haven't seen anything further on that yet. I reached out to our legislators. They said that they're recognizing a grave need for testing, especially faster testing, that they recognize that there is not a lot of testing available in our area for minors. The machines that they're looking at apparently could produce a result in about 15 minutes. So it's a much shorter test, a little bit less accurate, but my understanding is that kind of the idea is like strep tests, where you would get kind of this really fast result that is less accurate, but also could go for that longer test at the same time that's more accurate. They said they were expecting details soon, and that they were related that the intent was to get these machines in place in advance of schools opening, but they didn't have any information on whether we would have one in the district or multiple ones in the district, or if there would be, you know, a regional, what access to that might look like. There's not a lot of answers on that yet. Also, the last Thursday, Brian, Kyle, Chris Walsh, I think Beth Diendo was on that call, all the school nurses. We met with the town health agents and the public health nurses from each town. Each of our towns has roughly a half a health agent and a half a public health nurse. They're actually responsible for both providing guidance on things like testing and when you might need to seek additional treatment if there's an individual that's symptomatic. And they're also responsible for contact tracing. So obviously some of the contact tracing, if we had a positive in the school, would actually happen in the school. So it would be the school nurses knowing, you know, here's the assigned seats, here's the here are the close contacts, and actually making those communications. But once that actually happens, those close contacts essentially get passed over to the public health nurses, and they're then responsible for that. They have some concerns given how few of them there really are when you look at a half a person per town for each of those positions, on the bandwidth that they would have to be able to handle some significant contact tracing. I did have a follow-up with Jack Morris, who is Salisbury's health agent, on Saturday morning. He actually handled the nursing home outbreak that happened in Amesbury earlier this year. And Jack said that, you know, obviously things were happening very fast there, and that was relatively early in the process. They essentially somehow found 7 registered nurses that were able to work in conjunction with the public health nurse. So the public health nurse has to lead it for the town or the city, but the registered nurses essentially aid the public health nurse in contact tracing. So they were able to find 7 of those. He said that they were able to train up relatively quickly, and he gave them a lot of credit for the work that they did. So it sounds like if there was an issue, that might be an option. I mean, he kind of left that open as this is the way it happened before. If they were to face a similar situation, I think he has experience and had some lessons learned, shall I say, about the process that they went through with Amesbury, and you know, could kind of provide some guidance, I guess, on what would happen in that case. One of the other things that was raised during the meeting last week with the school nurses and the public health nurses was the difficulty in being a regional school district and having staff and in some cases students that come from other cities and towns, because the test results go back to the town of residence from what they said, and those health departments are then responsible for contact tracing. So it could be a situation where we have a student that's tracing into the district that turns out to be a positive, or a staff member, and their town of residence gets notified and then has to come back and notify the districts if the family hasn't notified the district already, and then work through contact tracing there. So it's not always the same team of people, I guess was the message that I took away from that would be working on that process. So I'm happy to answer any questions on that you have. We're kind of still chasing down pieces of that, and I was hoping that the governor's announcement would come through today, because I feel like that would provide a lot of those questions on accessibility of testing that you know has been talked about by the committee in the past, and without that announcement we just unfortunately don't have those, I don't think. So I'll take, if you have any questions on those conversations, I'm happy to clarify at least what I know. All right, seeing none, I am going to open it up because our next thing that we need to do is actually make a decision on a model. And I'll just open it to the committee and whoever wants to start and kind of put out some thoughts, and we'll move on to a motion and hopefully eventually get through to a vote.
Can I just ask one question, Marissa?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
In regards to if there are, as people are sharing thoughts, if there are thoughts about the plan,
yep,
and specifics on the plan, certainly those can be edited before you take a final vote on Wednesday. So just in that context, it's not just opinion. If there's specifics too, we'd love that.
Yes, absolutely. Anybody on the committee? I usually go last as the chair, so. And Kaylee, you're welcome to have a voice here as well, even though you don't get a vote on the final model. Maureen?
I don't even know where to start. I mean, it has been such a process as we all know. I think when we first began these weekly meetings, my head was in a really different place. I felt like we had just come out of the spring, and we needed to do whatever we had to do to get kids back in the classroom. And I still believe that. I still think that the best place for our students is in the classroom. But I think that given what's been going on throughout the summer, our numbers are going up in our county. Also, as Narissa just kind of laid out, I became really alarmed last week after the, I guess it was the high school forum, and a parent had shared her concerns about testing and contact tracing. We had a discussion about that as well. And on that same day, I also happened to have a conversation with my own physician who expressed concern. So, I mean, it just set off alarm bells in my head. If we can't get children under 18 properly tested and get results in a timely manner, how are we going to contain this? How are we going to contact trace? I feel like we're about to open floodgates and we won't be able to control the waters. So I don't know. I'm curious to know where the rest of my committee mates feel.
Fair. And I can just, because I'm the numbers person, I'll just share these as I've been pulling them out, because I think they are probably material. I went back and pulled town by town for the last, basically back into the beginning of June, looking at the testing data. So looking at our 3 towns as a whole, they've had 10 positive cases, 10 new positive cases in the last month, 5 in the last 2 weeks. And they're estimating the DPH, I don't know where exactly they're getting their population numbers from, but they're estimating us at 21,663 residents for the district. So that's 10 total for the month out of that number, 5 total. And when you look at the county overall, it's primarily Lynn and Methuen that are driving those numbers. The towns around us are relatively low. I went and pulled Amesbury, Boxford, Essex, Georgetown, Groveland, Hamilton, Ipswich, Merrimack, Newburyport, Topsfield, and West Newbury, and I'm happy to provide numbers if anybody's interested in any of those. But just to provide some local context, because I think in addition to county and state, which is what we always see, local is really important, right? And to Paul Lee's point about metrics, I know that when a lot of people are looking at metrics, the metrics that they're looking at are literally in the district. So what their communities are experiencing.
I would agree with you that the local numbers are very important, but we also don't really live in a bubble. I mean, we've got, staff that comes from some of these towns that have higher numbers than we do. We have parents that travel there and work and come home and are with their families, and then their students go to school. So, I look at it, we have to take every piece of this puzzle and put it together. And so.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I just wanted to provide that as context because I know those numbers aren't readily available. Ooh.
Thanks.
There we go. I just wanted to provide them as context because they're not, you literally have to go week by week and hunt them down to be able to find those. So I know they're not, they're not easy to get access to really, so you go looking for them. So I've seen hands and then hands have gone away. Tina?
All right. Brian and everybody, thank you guys so much for putting all of that together. I know we've all worked really hard this summer and spent a lot of time. My biggest concern in all of these conversations, and I think more so what parents are wanting to hear, is just a plan to move forward, because we're still going off of hypotheticals. I think logistically, I still feel the same as I did last month. And to what Maureen said at the beginning of the summer, I was really hopeful that I thought a hybrid model would be a great option. Where it stands now, because I don't want to belabor this anymore, and I've said this before, even as a working parent, my husband works too, You know, my kids went to summer camp. There's a difference between them being outside with a smaller group. I just don't see how it's feasible, and it's even outlined in this draft, how it's feasible for them to return to school even in a hybrid model. I just can't get behind it. I don't think it's safe, and logistically, I think it's going to put us behind hopefully next year, hopefully when things start returning to normal. So I feel like we just need to make a decision so then we can focus, instead of the logistics of busing and mass, on education, and not logistics in which direction our kids are going to walk down the hallway. Because I have every faith in our educators that they're going to do the best to come up with a plan, and we're going to have to make it work, and families will be able to plan, as much as that really stinks. So I'm looking forward to hearing others' feedback, but I really think we should move forward with a vote.
Thanks, Tina. Paul Goldner?
My daughter is supposed to start kindergarten at Newberry Elementary, and her parents have spouses of close contacts that range from Maine to Rhode Island. So when we talk about the local community and the numbers in the local community, those are important. Right now, our towns are 10 new cases in the last month is not a lot. But I fear that when we start to send children into enclosed spaces, and as the weather gets cooler and rainier, then what we're doing is we're creating tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of close contact pairings. If you have 50 people in a building, there's 1,225 pairs of close contacts. If you have 80, it's over 6,000 pairs of close contacts. And those pairs of close contacts, because of where our communities are going to stretch across 3 or 4 state lines. And that's just a tremendous range of variables that we can't control. With testing and contact tracing as uncertain as they are, if we do get a positive case in the school, we may not know it until it's spread to dozens of children, and then from those children to their families. At the beginning of the summer, DESE tried to tell us that young children were not really susceptible, and as the summer has gone on, that has become less and less certain, but the guidance hasn't changed. The testing is not there, the contact tracing is not there. I don't believe we can keep our community safe if we start sending hundreds of people into a building per day. So I think we should be in a remote model.
Thank you. Who else? Nobody? Kaylee's kind of, oh, Paul Mayette. And then I'll come to you, Kaylee.
I do see a lot of hope in some of the discussions that we've had tonight. I feel like my mindset at the start of a lot of these discussions was that what we entered into would what we would be in. Hearing about the possibility that, you know, local pediatricians might have rapid testing, hearing about, you know, the opportunities at the Camp Cedar Mill, I feel like there's a lot to be hopeful about that we, you know, to Paul Lee's point, if we check in X number of weeks, X number of days, whatever, that there might be something more to do. But I'm looking at my notes that I've been taking along the way, and the one that keeps standing out to me is the difficulty in hiring substitute nurses. I don't know how we manage to get around that. I can't imagine that we will be in a situation where we won't need a lot more people working in that capacity, and that one is a hurdle that I feel is a difficult one to clear. Hopefully there's good news in that in the forefront, but right now that one worries me a lot.
So was that are you leaning in direction?
I guess that would push me towards leaning in the remote.
Okay. Kaylee?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how to word it correctly. From a student standpoint, I understand that there are so many risks involved in everything that's going on, but at the same time, there's the same risk. I look around and I see all of the people that are still going out to restaurants and going to do everything. And the fact that we are allowing all of these adults to go out and live their lives like they used to before the pandemic, but we're expecting the youth to just lock down for the sake of the older generation is putting me on edge a little bit. Someone had reached out to me, and this was a quote from late July, but they said we can slow society or schooling, but we cannot freeze time or development. I remember, and they had told me that they had felt bad for seniors not being able to get in their lasts, but they said that there's going to be such a learning gap between the older members of society now and the education that they had gotten and the current youth. And they mentioned how we can't just become a lost generation. And otherwise there's going to be this whole gap where there's a concerned learning level. My generation has always been the guinea pig grade. So of course we have COVID as well. But everything put into aspect, there are so many classes that personally I cannot take just remote. I'm involved in theater tech. That's not really something I can just go and do. And there's so many things that so many people around me care so passionately about that remote's just not going to work. And all of the high school students, you look at a lot of us, we're being expected to go to work for minimum wage jobs all summer long and expose ourselves to hundreds of people. But we're not expected to get the same level of education that we could have gotten with less than we see within a week's worth of shifts. So I'm really torn because education has always been such a passionate thing for me and such a positive. So it's really that I'd love to be able to go to school. And a remote option is not going to give me, the same level of education otherwise. And I'm looking into colleges right now, and there's the whole, how am I supposed to be able to get the same test scores and all that's weighing in my head. So I'm definitely really biased in this opinion. So it's just, there's all of those factors that are playing in my head right now.
Thank you, Kaylee. I've said many times you are the voice of the students, and I would say no more so than tonight. So thank you for that. Tina, you're muted.
Damn. Oops, sorry.
There you go.
I just want to respond to Kaylee's heartfelt statement, because I think she has been a really great representative during this time and having that voice, and I think it's really important. But I just want to direct this message to Kaylee, and I think all of the students out there, as well as everyone listening. Kaylee, you are going to be far less successful than most adults are because of who you are. So I don't want you guys are not going to be the lost generation. And at the risk of sounding insensitive, because a lot of people are suffering right now and this has caused trauma for a lot of people, as adults and leaders within the community, we really need to rally together to change the narrative and do the best we can, regardless of whatever avenue we go down, to make sure that we do the best for our kids. And Kaylee, you guys, you're going to be fine. Your friends are going to be fine. A lot of our kids are going to be okay. So I had to throw that out there and thank Kaylee for being so candid. But I think don't lose hope. And to Paul's point, I think there is a lot of hope, and we really need to stick with that. And I'll stop talking because my AirPods are dying.
Thank you. Linda?
You know, I agree with everything that everyone's saying. I mean, this is a burden. It's a heavy one for us to think about as school committee members, that none of us ever thought that we would have to take a vote on this, of whether we send our students back to school or not. Wondering if any of our students will get ill or teachers will get ill and, God forbid, pass away from this. I agree with Kaylee that, you know, we all go on with our lives. I go to work every day. My husband goes to work every day. We have to wear masks constantly, 8 hours a day. And I think if we don't send our kids back to school, the academic gap is widening, and it's going to take years to recover from it. I don't like that you have to have the windows open on the buses, the windows open in the schools, because if it gets cold, you know that somebody's going to be closing those windows. So I know this is hard for all of us, for us to put a vote on this as to what we're going to say to families. I have to take a moment to decide what my vote is going to be, but I just wanted to put out what I was feeling. So I'm just going to take a moment and what I want to vote for that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to think, is there anybody who hasn't spoken yet? Hang on, Kaylee, I'll come back to you in just a sec if. Okay, go ahead, Kaylee.
With everything that's been said, one of the things that I've been hearing, this is completely unbiased, but it's definitely biased, of course, but something that I've heard from a few different people is there's all of these concerns about winter and bad weather and the rain in the spring. But a lot of people have said to me, in passing conversation, there's a few different schools around too that have decided to start remote and then go into hybrid. Something that was playing around in my mind, and a lot of other people I've heard from, is while the weather's good, why don't we start hybrid for a bit, see how it is. If it's that bad, we can pull back. We can always continue to make plans for the winter. We can't always continue to plan for the fall. And I know there's all of the concerns about possibly spiking numbers, but we won't know how much the numbers will spike until we see how much they'll spike. So it's just something that's playing around in my mind that I would like to put forth.
Yeah, thank you. Paulise?
So we're in the business of education, and we rely on our teachers to get the job done. We've got 240 teachers or so and a bunch of IAs that are doing the job. If those people begin to get sick, we're not going to be doing our job of delivering education. I recognize that the metrics are off for young people getting sick, but our teachers get sick. This whole program is going to go south and it's going to go sideways. I vote for remote, but with a real tight rein on dates, tentative dates for going hybrid. And I want to get the kids back in school, but I can guarantee that there are going to be communities around us that go straight into hybrid. And it's not that I want to throw them to the wolves, but if they want to make that choice and that decision, we can certainly sit back and see how that plays out in other districts and keep our educators safe and keep our business of education going forward. Because if our teachers are safe and the kids are learning to the best of their ability, then the education's still going forward. if we lose a bunch of teachers, okay, because they get sick, it's just going to create a very bad situation. I'm in favor of trying to buy some time with starting out remote, but really aiming towards a hybrid as soon as we can, as soon as the information that we receive begins to show that it's relatively safe. So.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Anyone else? Erin?
So we've been talking about this since March, and we've been talking about it from all different angles and researching different possibilities and many ways on how we can make the different segments work. There are so many uncontrollable variables that are that put different groups at risk at various points in time, and things that are right outside our control, that one slip up would cause a huge impact on our community. I was on the fence between hybrid and remote, but sealing the deal was talking to the public health officials last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, and just listening to the additional issues that came up during those conversations, it really pushed me towards the full remote to start. I agree with Paul Lees that we should have some sort of deadline to be able to start revisiting and discussing where we stand, so that there is a target out there to be able to communicate to families that we're going to be starting at this point, but we are going to continue the conversations about the possibility of bringing the kids back into school on that remote plan, and make sure that it's not off the table, and that we stick to a timetable to be able to talk about that and keep the conversations going. But I think that there are, with all those uncontrollable variables, the logistical issues, the potential for somebody getting sick and exponentially spreading that throughout the staff and the students in the community is too much of a risk for us to take at this point in time. And I would be supporting a full remote schedule for the start of the school year.
Okay, thank you. Gosh, Coldner, Lees, we've got you. Caitlin? Thank you for volunteering yourself. I was trying to remember who we hadn't heard from yet.
You're gonna find me eventually.
I would have.
I have struggled with this probably every hour. I have changed my mind and gone back and forth. But I first want to thank Kaylee, because being such an advocate for the students and just sharing everything you've shared, I really appreciate it. Moving on from that, my bigger areas of concern are our job. I agree with Pauline's, education, and where can we put the most focus to get the most out of it for our students. And I think until we can button up testing and those turnaround times, and ensuring that if we do have someone in our community that is sick, they are tested quickly and we are able to get those results quickly and kind of lock it down. Until that's firmly in place, I'm really nervous about exposing so many staff and students into something we cannot control or get to quickly. So because of that, as of this moment, I would have to say fully remote would provide the best option.
Okay. I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yes, that's everybody except for me. So I am in the very unusual position of having gone from the most cautious, I think, to the one who's going to sit here and advocate for hybrid. And that's for a couple of reasons. I have definitely considered the what if you go remote and then come back to hybrid, but I question when it's going to be more likely than now to come back. I don't think numbers are going to get any lower. It's very likely that as we go into the fall months and then the winter months that they're going to get higher based on everything that I've read. If we're going to have a time where we can be in person in school, I feel like this is it. We have 5 weeks roughly before students would be back in classrooms, although we would have staff back in classrooms prior to that. But adult testing is a heck of a lot better than testing for minors right now, in which to try and pull together testing and make sure that contact tracing looks good, and make sure that we have the proper staffing and everything that needs to come along to provide those checkpoints to make sure that that we have a good system in place, and could make sure that people are safe. My other big concern is that I don't think COVID is the only thing that kills kids. You know, I mean, I don't know how to put it more concisely than that, but listening to Kaylee, it just hammers home the depression studies that I have read of what teenagers in particular have gone through during remote learning. Not to, you know, emotional Kaylee is fine, but I hate hearing that notion of depression, because I know it's not just Kaylee. If you look at the studies that are out there was a significant amount of depression in teens during those remote months in the spring. And I worry about what happens if they are remote, you know, through the fall, and possibly considering the same thing that I'm looking at, which is, when do you go back? Even if we set a time frame that's out a month and say we're going to look at it a month after school starts, and that's going to be our touchstone point, and we're going to look and see if it makes more sense to come back then. Is it going to be more likely? Are the tools and the systems going to be in place that are needed at that point? I guess I don't know as an adult if I have faith in that, and as a teenager, I'm not sure that I would have any more faith in that. And then the other piece is abuse, because I know that the child abuse reporting is way down over the state. It's down 55% during those months that that students were remote. And I also worry about where we're leaving students in those homes. And then my final concern about a start remote, and I had actually, Kaylee, I feel like we're like connected at some point, but I had actually thought about the same thing. What if you go hybrid, and then with the knowing that you're likely going to be going remote at some point, right? Because my big concern is that we can provide the best remote learning that could ever possibly be provided, but we know that part of the problem in the springtime was devices and familiarity with devices in that learning curve. So if students can't access, and if parents can't access the top-notch remote education that's provided, I don't know, you know, what happens at that point. And I feel, you know, not being a teacher, but I don't know how having a career in tech training, the company I worked for flew me all over the country because you couldn't teach it remotely. It was so incredibly difficult to teach remotely that I spent 4 days on the road every week, and was there on site to teach people how to use the devices on site, because that was the way that you had to teach it, because it's very hard to get from the basics of how to turn on a Chromebook when you're asking someone to teach them that remotely. I don't know. So my I guess lean would be toward hybrid, knowing that we need to solve the problems with contact tracing and the problems with testing in order to get everyone back into school safely by the time that school is actually starting. And if the vote goes remote, I believe that we need to have a significant focus on mental health, especially for teens, and finding them some way to get connections, because that is so important, I think. And then the other thing is we need to find some way to be able to do computer instruction remote. And I know that's handled in the plan, but I'm just not sure that, you know, an hour of a student coming in and with or without an adult and getting some basic tech know-how is going to get to them to the point where they can access a remote curriculum well. And I'll leave it at that. The first hand I saw was Kaylee's, and then I'll come back. It was Lee's and then Goldner after that.
one of the big things that is also like coming forward to me is we've talked so much about utilizing outdoor space, and we can't utilize those spaces in the winter. We have a small window in the beginning of the year and a slightly larger window at the end. We have no clue what 2021 is going to bring us. So there's that as well.
Thanks, Kaylee. Paulise?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Kaylee. Did you have something else to say? Go for it.
It's also 2 points. Sorry about that. There's the one that the hybrid model, when you read through the plan that was presented tonight, it's bulked out. We have the information. There's a lot of questions about small, minor details. But when we look at the remote, it's all hypothetical right now. All the questions that we asked, it was, we'll look into it, or it's currently being discussed. So that was something that was weighing heavily on me, as well as, sorry, I have one more thing, but I can't.
We can come back to you if you want. Yeah. Do you want a second to gather your thoughts?
Thank you.
Yeah. Paulise?
So I just wanted to say that if we do end up going remote, which I believe we should, I am going to be a vocal proponent, Brian, of a lot of often meetings, okay, like we had this summer. And I know some of the committee might not be happy about it, but I want to have a lot of meetings in the fall, and I want to come back with the question, when are we going hybrid? When are we going hybrid? When are we going hybrid? Because I want to get the kids back in school. But I just, it's not going to be something where we vote remote and then we go back to our once a month, as long as I'm on the committee and I have any involvement in it. We've got to stay involved on a more active basis. We've all got to bring to the table what we learn is happening in other districts. We have to stay on top of what's going on with the wellness checks and all of the testing and not remote, but all of the testing that's being done. So, I mean, even if we have to stall our subcommittees and shift gears so that each subcommittee does something different that deals directly with COVID, because we do need to get people back in school. But I really think that the benefit of time and letting other districts do it first, they want to go out on the limb. I just think it's important for the safety of our students and our teachers.
If I could just confirm, I think you set that schedule up front, right? It's not we meet and wait and meet. I think, yes, we need to meet routinely, but I think if we're gonna talk about a schedule, there needs to be a schedule of when those decision points would be. And I think you need to have some, whatever the time is, 2, 3, 4 weeks, you've got a set schedule so that people can count on it, right? Because there's lots of families and teachers and everyone planning on this. So people need some chance to kind of pivot and adjust. So I would unequivocally agree with you that there has to be a very concrete schedule of moving towards hybrid if we go remote.
Is that Paul? Good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Paul Goldner.
First, I want to say to Kaylee and any other students that are listening, I fully feel the isolation, the anger at going into downtown Newburyport and seeing hundreds of people walking around and going into restaurants and out of restaurants and saying, why are you doing that? Because to me, watching that happen in the adult community is exactly why we can't open schools. People didn't take it seriously enough. We said, oh, it's summertime. It must be time to go do fun things. And since July 4th, our numbers have been ticking back up. And fortunately, Massachusetts dealt very effectively with our initial wave. But watching people behave this summer and seeing how people around the country have decided not to take it seriously shows what happens when we don't. I agree with Narissa that we are probably not going to see better numbers in 3 months or 4 months. We're probably going to see worse numbers. And we don't have the contact tracing now. We don't have the testing now. We might. I'm fortunate enough that one of the friends I went to high school with was in on the ground floor of designing our contact tracing system that Governor Baker announced in April or May or whatever it was. And she left because nothing that she was ever promised was delivered. So I don't see hope there, really. Maybe it will happen. Maybe we will get better. But the nation hasn't shown that we're getting better at this. It's shown that we gave up. And I don't know what the rest of the world is going to do, but I know that here we have some say in what we do and how we move forward. And it's a small little piece of what we can do. But to me, the first thing that we look at as an educational institution is it safe to go in that building? And the answer is no. And once we say no there, it doesn't matter whether the pedagogy or the social emotional well-being could be better in the building. I don't think it can be. I think the pedagogy, if we decide we're going remote, can be better than what we can deliver in the classrooms, because the pedagogy depends on one-on-one interaction, one-on small group interaction, a dynamic interplay that doesn't happen from 6 feet away. That doesn't happen when you have 12 people in a room trying to talk to each other from 6 feet away through masks and so can't hear each other. I think the social emotional well-being that we can deliver in schools comes from being able to have a small moment of a check-in with a student close up one-on-one privately. How can I help you right now? What's going on right now? You're in crisis. What do you need right now? We can't do that from 6 feet away. We can't do that from in front of a classroom with a child in the back of the room that we can't access. I think the social emotional well-being can be better remote if we focus on it. I think the pedagogy can be better remote if we focus on it. But it's not safe, so none of those things really matter. That's my bottom line.
All the rest of the hands disappeared. There were more. They're gone.
Narissa?
Yes, Tina. Yeah, you were one of the hands, right? Sorry.
I was one of the hands. It's our job to think of all of the people within the district, all of the children, all of the families. I think we've talked about this extensively enough, and I think we really need to focus on the work in terms of what the school year is going to look like beyond logistics, and focus on education. And to Paul's point, who I value as he is a high school teacher, he is an educator. And with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to take a vote.
Can we hang on for a second? Because I want to come back to Kaylee first.
Okay.
Assuming you're ready to go, Kaylee.
It was along the lines that you had mentioned, the social, emotional, the depression, all of those. Everyone keeps on bringing up we need to have specific dates of when we're going to meet and when we're going to decide. The issue for us was, personally, I went from fighting to be able to go to Disney. Sorry. 2 days later, the show with all the people that I was supposed to go on that trip with was shut down, along with school. They told us 2 weeks. It became 2 months. And who knows? It could become 2 years. I hope it doesn't, but we don't know. So continuing to say, oh, this is when we'll know, it's just going to continue to get pushed back. So that's just the lines that it was a lot for me.
Thanks, Kaylee. And before I come back to Tina's motion real quick, this is unusual times. I just wanted to see if the committee would entertain having, even though this is a committee decision, having the superintendent and the assistant superintendent provide an opinion if they so choose. Is that amenable to everyone? I'm seeing some nods. So I'll leave it to you, Brian and Kim. If you want to say something, you're welcome to. If you don't, I mean, nobody's been in this process deeper than you as the head of the district and the head of the reopening working group. So
yeah, I'm never shy about my opinion. I lived this past year with my daughter graduating from college or high school and now going off to hopefully her freshman year in college. So I certainly get the emotions of this. At the end of the day, it comes down to, Narissa, your point about the social, emotional, and mental health of students and focusing on that and focusing on the few. I think our primary responsibility needs to be the whole with a capital W. And that means society, the education, you know, in our jobs in this time, our job is to look at the totality of the district and the students and the well-being of students and staff who are going to be in the buildings. I feel confident in our hybrid plan as far as the structures, the ability to keep people safe. I have considerable concerns about our ability to respond in the case or in when a case occurs. And quite honestly, based on the limited number of cases in the area, my greater concern, rather than the fact that I think we're going to have 100 cases in the first week of school, we have a quarter of our staff who live out of state. That's a concern. So there's certainly concerns about COVID per se. My greater concern is about the potential hysteria that would begin when a typical illness presents itself and we don't have the ability to concretely and confidently say that is not COVID. You have nothing to worry about, parents in this school, in this grade level. Because of HIPAA compliance, we have very limited ability to share information. And so our ability to contract trace and all of that is dependent on the capacities of our public health nurses, who are going to depend on accurate and timely testing. So for me, I have a concern about bringing kids in. I get the concept that if not now, when? And I believe we need to have very, very clear timelines that this isn't an indefinite remote. But I have significant concerns about that case of that student who goes home with a very typical respiratory illness that has nothing to do with COVID. I have kids, have gone through school, and it's a matter of seconds when that kid walks out the door and 3 parents talk, oh my gosh, so-and-so went home sick, he was coughing like crazy. Next thing you know, it goes around and we become thrust into the chaos. And to go back to Paul Lee's point, we're then not providing the best educational product. We unequivocally need our kids in school. They need to be there. But if we can't do it well, then we're not providing a good educational product. And I'm concerned that we can't, given the factors at play, we can't provide a quality educational product because we can't control all the factors in bringing 2,400 students back into 5 buildings. So that's where I stand right now. I don't know. I think Kim and I are on the same page. You could say ditto or share your own thoughts or others.
Yeah, no, I would say ditto too. And just to add to what everyone has said, Kaylee, I so appreciate your honesty and sharing of your own personal experience, because I know that you certainly represent many who are out there. I, like Brian, had a senior this year who didn't go to the prom, didn't have graduation, didn't have senior night, and the list goes on, and is now not going to school in person in the fall, which she's so looked forward to. But with all that said, I care about the kids and I care about safety. And for our teachers who have elderly parents that they take care of, and they work in different places, and for us to be able to confidently say, yes, we can bring our students back safely. We just can't. And I also think, addressing what Brian had said, there's also going to be major anxiety even when we come back in hybrid if a child coughs next to you or sneezes or has a runny nose. And so kids are going to be sitting there, I just think of in chairs and very nervous, as well as teachers too. So if we, I think Paul had said as well, can learn from what some of these other districts are doing as they go back in hybrid, and some of the ones that we've already seen in down south have not had great success. And now that's not to say that's going to happen up here, and I hope it doesn't, because in the end I hope that we transition quickly to a hybrid, but I don't feel confident that we can do so safely. I do feel more optimistic that we can certainly seek out alternative daycare options, and we will support families in trying to find some agencies out there. And I do know that 100% teachers are aware of the social and emotional hardships for those kids that were in our radar, but also all the kids who are not in our radar, because this has been a huge impactful event for everybody, including teachers, staff, and we are going to make that, as we've said way back into June, our #1 priority, because that's what is most important to us, and that needs to be secure and solid after safety in order for learning to take place. So my opinion is we need to start off remote.
Okay, thank you. Tina, do you want to make your motion? Can you unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, I'd like to make a motion for the school committee to vote on which plan we'll be moving forward with.
You have to actually make the motion. You have to say, I make a motion.
Tell me what to say.
There you go.
I
No,
make a motion.
Yep. Yeah, sure.
I make a motion
for the Triton Regional School District.
For the Triton Regional School District.
To start in a remote model. Yeah.
To start a remote model.
There you go.
I'll second that motion.
Second was from Maureen. Okay. Any further discussion? Brian?
Can I ask some? I know it's not discussion. I'm not part of your discussion, but if to Paul's point and Sabrala's point, I don't know if it goes in the motion in regards to some kind of time frames, that I would just suggest that you not take a vote that we start the year remote without any parameters. I'm happy to give you some suggestions if you'd like them.
Go ahead.
I don't have to. I mean, just whatever, however.
Brian, are you saying that we need to amend the motion to add in that we put parameters of possibly, I don't know, a month in looking at, I mean, how do you think it should be worded?
I think that your motion is your motion. However you want to work that is fine. I just think that as part of your decision tonight, if the motion on the floor, which is to open remote, I just think you should have some clear parameters of, is that indefinitely or is that with a time frame? And I would suggest there's clear time frames to make further decisions. Every 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Can I ask Paul Lee's a question? Paul, Paul, you had brought up the subject. I mean, what are your thoughts on a time frame? I mean, do you think 3 weeks, a month, like, you know?
I think we should, I would make a motion that we start remote, and that every 4 weeks the school committee revisit the issue of whether or not remote is plausible and going well, or whether hybrid is something that can be addressed. We do it on every 4-week basis. We receive updates weekly. I think that's something we should consider.
So can I suggest that our tentative school committee meeting for September is on the 30th? Right? Did I just say
September.
That right?
Yep.
Yeah, 30th of September. That would be, I mean, it depends, calendar vote is next, right? But that would be roughly 2 weeks after school starts. A week and a half, yeah, roughly two to 2.5 weeks, depending on, when school starts, based on the vote later. So if you said a vote on the 30th, that would put school back, I don't know what you're thinking, Brian, 2 weeks, the 12th?
I just think, again, I think you want to have a decision point, and then you want to have time for people to plan, right? So if you voted on the 30th of September, We go the Tuesday again, because in this model, the hybrid model, Monday is remote, Tuesday and Thursday, and Wednesday and Friday cohorts. You could start the Tuesday after Columbus Day, and that's 2 weeks after the vote.
So the 13th.
Is the 13th is the Tuesday. Yeah. And then I would suggest you know, again, we have to talk about the calendar. We're kind of blending two things.
Right.
But there's going to be some floating PD days. And so I think we could potentially use that Monday remote day as one of those PD days. If we're going to make a shift, we're certainly looking to use all the days that are stacked up front to fully prepare for all the models for any shifts. But could use one of those PD days on the Monday, which would be October 5th.
12th. Oh.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Maureen.
I can't find it right now, but it seems like forever ago, but we looked at the Framingham model, and I felt like they had put in a time frame that I felt, I mean, it might have gone a little further out, like into November.
They were a little long. Yeah,
it was November. I believe it was November, and they gave it at least that amount of time to be able to get some data before they had to go back and make the first decision again.
Right. So I liked that, but I mean, I'm not saying we have to be that far out, but it seemed like theirs was very well thought out in terms of, you know, how much time in between and when the decision would be made. And so, I don't know, I can't find it in my stack of stuff here.
Yeah, their first transition point was November 12th or November 4th, I believe.
But I thought they had like an October
decision. So they made the decision in October, and then the first possible return was in November.
Okay.
So I would suggest, you know, I had kind of modeled this out on paper. So if you use the month approach and you use your tentative meeting date as the decision point, that would work. Narissa talked about September 30th as your tentative meeting. And it went 2 weeks later. That would be the Tuesday after Columbus Day, Tuesday the 13th. If we can't hit that point, go another 4 weeks. So the next transition would be November 10th. The committee date is on the 28th of October, would be the decision point. And again, tuck a PD day on the Monday prior. And then if you miss that, go out another 4 weeks and it's December 8th, and your school committee meeting is on November 18th because of, what do you call it? Thanksgiving. So you could move that around. What's that holiday in November? So I had just kind of threw that on paper to looking. I would personally suggest you not go any longer than 4 weeks. Doesn't mean that decision has to happen, but if we're ready and the data points, again, the concerns I have aren't as much about the logistics. Yes, there's a concern about being able to get enough of a, you know, nurse support and all that in school, but if we can solve that and we can solve the contact tracing and testing, and if that's all really in place, I would rather have more opportunities where parents can plan. Again, the whole concept since June, I've been trying to say, as soon as we can give you concrete information, we're going to give it to you. This may not be ideal, but at least it's concrete information they can then plan off of for their own childcare and all the other needs. And then every 4 weeks, you're having an opportunity to look at the data, and maybe it shifts, maybe it doesn't, but you've got it on the calendar in very clear times when you'd be potentially make those points. So I would suggest you kind of put those points through the fall, and certainly hope that, you know, we hit the first one, second one, and if we don't, you know, we adjust and put more dates on the calendar.
I would agree with Brian. I think with longer timeframes, you also miss your chance. Let's say that everything's in place in late September, right? Cases are still low. Now you're looking at potentially another month and a half before you even have that checkpoint to make a decision.
And again, it does not force your hand, right? It does not, you know, if the new data, if there isn't any further new concrete information to help you make the decision, then the decision isn't made, right? We move to the next decision point. But it keeps the discussion ever present that every 4 weeks we're looking at the concerning data we had and making a decision. Doesn't mean
so
the
I think
decision's
that
gonna be easier.
Hang on, Erin.
I was just gonna say, I don't think the decision gets easier every month, but at least it makes a decision point.
Yeah, I have like 3 other people waiting to speak. So unless you had something directly to those points.
It was actually, but
okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. Paulise?
No, I was just going to say, I think the 4-week time frame, I want to keep it short too. I don't want to go like Framingham and go out 6 weeks, because before you know it, it'll be January. And we won't be looking at the issues quite, quickly enough.
Yep. Paul Goldner?
I was just going to say, I think what I'd like to see is Brian bring a document Wednesday night. We're meeting again in 2 nights. Bring sort of a timetable or 2 timetables to us to take a look at and see what we think about and debate it now. I'd like to take a vote on Tina's motion to start remote, and if that's our decision, we've given clear direction already to Brian. I think that we'd like to see some checkpoints, and because I think that's we're getting a little bit.
Yeah, that was my original intent as well, was just to have Brian write it into the plan, and then it gets voted as part of the plan rather than as this motion. That was my original thinking on that. Kaylee?
We're looking at the 4 weeks, but I know you had said possibly meeting on September 30th. That would give you 2.5 weeks of raw data to observe. If you opened, I would add another meeting in, but if you did the 30th, opened the discussion fully we'll keep an open discussion, but open the discussion with the data presented, and then meet within a week or 2 to fully.
Yeah, so I mean, to Paul Elise's point, I think I don't think our meeting schedule, it's not going to be twice a week like it has been, but I think we're going to be every week or 2 weeks for the foreseeable future. And I apologize to the committee for that, because I know it's a lot to ask, but I feel like that's the position that we're in right now. So, anything else to add, Kaylee?
There's definitely, from what I'm seeing pouring in through different sources right now, I know I'm not supposed to use outside information during committee members, like during session, but a lot of people would like shorter time periods than a longer.
I can appreciate that. Thank you. And you're technically a non-voting member, so I'm not even sure how that applies to you. I know it applies to us as a committee because we deliberate, but yes, thank you. I appreciate you being aware of that. Erin, hang on, Brian, I'll come back to you in a second. Erin, did you have anything else to add?
So I was only going to add that I understand and agree with the short timeframes to meet and discuss. I don't think 2 weeks worth of data is enough. I think it should be 4 weeks so that we can have the plan point where my understanding of the way that the Framingham plan was that it was a November date target to get back into school at their first point, but the decision obviously needs to be made before that. So I agree that we should have the vote. Point of order, we need to go forward and take this vote, and then on Wednesday that we actually have Brian present us with a plan with some target dates in there, and that we can discuss the dates at that point. But I think that right now we should actually make the vote take place so that we can move forward, and that we should be discussing the dates and the check-in points at our next meeting, which is 2 days from now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Paul Mayette.
I wanted to throw out just for parental clarity as we put those dates forward, is it worth putting down the dates? So say we meet on September 30th and we were to vote to go hybrid, what date that hybrid would kick in so that parents would know that they wouldn't need coverage up to September 30th. They would need it then and a week or however long it might take to implement from there. I think that information might be useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian, you raised your hand.
I was just going to say, so I committed to letting parents know just the key high level information from tonight, first thing tomorrow. So if the vote on the motion on the floor is to open remote, I want to be able to say it doesn't have to say clear stop points, but just I don't want to say, hey, we're remote and leave it period at the end of the word remote. And people hypothesize that for the foreseeable future, we're remote. So that's my only question is, I would love for the motion to just be clear that we're going to come back, or at least I can say that we'll come back with some very clear cut points along the way that this is not indefinite.
Okay. Police.
I just wanted to say, I don't think that voting on September 30th about whether to go hybrid is a 2-week data point. I think it's more like a 7-week data point, because we're here today on August 10th, or whatever the day is. And so we have all kinds of time to watch the data. It's not just the data about what our school is doing, it's about all the communities around us. So I don't think it's a 2-week checkpoint. I think it's a much longer time period than that.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to amend Tina's motion to indicate, to allow Brian, I guess, to indicate to families that we will have check-ins on a regular 3 to 4 week basis on ongoing with the consideration to move to a hybrid model. Is that sufficient, Brian?
Sure.
Okay.
And I'll second that motion, Nora.
All right. Thanks, Maureen. All right, so I need 2 roll call votes then. First, we need to roll call vote the amendment, and then we need to roll call vote the original motion as amended if the amendment passes. So going down the list, this is the vote on the amendment. Erin?
Can you just state the amendment one more time, please?
Yep. So I was hoping Sandy had written it all down. Sandy, do you by any chance
Sandy.
have it exactly as I said it? If not, I'll just. Okay. All right. So I was amending Tina's motion to allow Brian to indicate to parents or to families that there would be reconsiderations of the educational model every 3 to 4 weeks, with the intent to move to hybrid at some point.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Erin, you're first.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Paul Goldner.
Yes.
Maureen Heffernan.
Yes, on the amendment.
Thank you. Caitlin Hunter.
Yes.
Paulise.
Yes, on the amendment, Brian, 4 weeks, and then with a 2-week start date after that.
You can't amend the amendment. Oh, with 2 weeks starting after that.
3 to 4 weeks. You have a motion of 3 to 4 weeks. I think it should be 4 weeks with a 2-week start date after that, as Brian suggested.
Okay. Linda.
Yes.
Paul Mayette.
Yes.
Tina Sortzis. Tina? Oh, there you are. She's a yes. And I'm a yes as well. And then we need a vote on the original motion as amended. So this is the actual motion to go to start remote, but it will also include that amendment of reconsidering every 3 to 4 weeks. Roll call vote again. Erin?
Yes.
Paul Goldner.
Yes.
Maureen.
Yes.
Caitlin.
Yes.
Paulise.
Yes.
Linda.
Yes.
Paul Mayette.
Yes.
Tina. Tina?
Her AirPods.
Yes. Okay. She's a yes. I am a no. And that will move us on to the 2020-2021 school year calendar. Brian.
Oh, so I feel like we already talked about it. So the key question is the 10 days that were, there's still debate, depends who you talk to, 10 additional days that were negotiated on behalf of the state by the commissioner with the teachers associations at the state level, reducing the 180-day requirement down to 170. Again, commissioners saying those days have to be up front. We did have an initial discussion. We believe we could make a local decision in discussing with the TRTA. They, you know, again, we can say this publicly. Their opinion is they'd love to have all 10 days up front. I don't know that's. I think at this point, time is of the essence. I think we could use some of those days into the year effectively, but I certainly also think that those 10 days will be very effective up front as we look to prepare teachers for all the logistics, again, to the point of you took a vote to start fully remote with the hope that we're transitioning to hybrid ASAP. So with that in mind, we use those 10 days to fully prepare everyone for an in-person model, likely a hybrid before a full in-person, but all of the training over those 10 days. 10 days. So that would mean I could give you models, but we figured it probably makes more sense to have the discussion, vote the first day of school tonight. And again, same thing, I'll bring back a calendar to you on Wednesday with those further details confirmed. The first day of school currently is September 2nd. With those 10 days and our 3 local professional days, all faculty and staff return on Monday, August 31st. To put all of those 10 days up front, the Friday before Labor Day, and obviously Labor Day are none of those are holidays. So 4 days the week of the 31st, 4 days the week of Labor Day the 7th, and then the 2 days on Monday the 14th and Tuesday the 15th means the first day of school would be Wednesday, September 16th. That's been the base assumption all along. The memorandum of understanding, MOU, actually that was signed by the state actually says school needs to begin by Wednesday, September 16th. So that is my proposal to you is to have that be the start date after consulting with the Teachers Association. I will say, and this needs to be negotiated, that I'm hopeful that we can do some type of orientation, to your point, Narissa, about acclimating students. I don't know what that might look like, but some type of connections with students prior to the 16th so that we're able to start making those connections. Obviously, continuing from March through June with already established connections is a very different thing than new teachers, new students, the majority of which not having met before, setting starting the year off right. Ideally, we would have some type of connection, but I don't have any information because that has to be negotiated. But so that would mean the first day of school is the 16th. I can tell you what we would then need to do is we then have our 3 other professional days, and to several people's point, I would actually like to schedule those tentatively ahead of a transition date. I'm not quite sure how to put that on the calendar in a way that's helpful for parents to understand that. But certainly before a transition into hybrid on some Tuesday, the Monday previous, I would suggest that remote learning day actually becomes a non-school day in one of the teacher work days. But I'm hesitant to put those on the calendar because if we don't need them, I would want to continue carrying them. I think that's a fairly easy transition because it would already be a remote learning day for students. So that's a very different thing than parents assuming kids would have been in school on a Tuesday and instead it's a professional learning day. So that would be my proposal, is that we kind of, I want to use the word bank those 3 days. And with the first day on the 16th, I have 17 different scenarios. Yes, with the first day on the 16th, we have to schedule usually 180 and 185 days with snow days, back to, I forget whose point it was, Paul Mayette, Paul III. I made an executive decision, and unless you stop me, snow days are going to be remote learning days. So we will see how that plays out, but we've always had to have a calendar that has 180 and 185. So this year we have to have a calendar that's 170 and 175 academic days. So that would be on the 16th and 23rd of June. If we started on the 16th of September, assuming 3 of those other professional days would need to be placed throughout the year. If they weren't placed throughout the year, then those would actually be the final 3 days of the year would actually be professional days where teachers are working, but students would not be present. So I think it's, my recommendation is that the calendar that you, for tonight, vote the first day of the school year, which is Wednesday, September 16th. And then certainly would love to know thoughts about the other pieces I said, but I will certainly come back to you with this as part of the final plan.
Okay. Linda had a question.
Is there going to be any professional development for parents as to helping their kids with remote learning?
Yeah, so in the plan, it lists in the table there different opportunities, and those were kind of just some initial. I know Kim has plans and lots of opportunities, and actually in every day looking to build in. You can see like in the elementary schedule some tech time and support for opportunities for people to get support, but absolutely offerings for parents. I think both very technical training.
Yeah, not just the technical part, but like some of the math that they may need to help with their students, or some of the reading or anything.
Yeah, so again, I would say the other thing I was going to say is in regards to kind of mental health and all of those aspects, looking to provide other training supports through outside providers as well as internally. We have some amazing individuals who can provide those trainings for families. As far as the content delivery, I will say that again, in the remote learning in the spring, it was a very different experience. Now, teachers will be teaching students in providing direct instruction. That doesn't mean that we don't need to provide supports for math is a very, very different way than you and I learn math. So there's certainly help that is needed and supports that we can provide. But unlike the spring where it was far more dependent on parents, there'll be a lot more direct instruction. But we will support.
All set?
Me or Linda?
Linda,
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm all
You're all
set.
set, Linda? Is that it? Okay, thank you. Paulise?
I would like to quote the Assistant Superintendent of the Triton Regional School District, who told us recently that professional development that goes much beyond 2 to 3 days ends up with teachers' eyes glazing over. I think 10 days is too long. I think 8 days is appropriate. And I think that if they're going to do student interaction for 2 days, I think it's a necessity. If you spend 10 days on professional development and then you begin to get to know the students, we're far into the school year without having learned a thing. So I'm in favor of 8 days. And also point out that it is a subject of negotiation with the TRTA. So we're going to have to come back and visit this depending upon how it turns out.
Okay. Erin?
Brian, are we sure that we need to use those 10 days up front, or is that something when we're considering a remote to hybrid type of situation that when we're going back to school, we can utilize part of that 10 days? Because this is going back in person piece.
Yep.
So I can tell you what MASC said, because I reached out to them and asked, and their answer was that we could try to negotiate otherwise with our local union if we wanted to do that, but otherwise it's the 10 days up front. Does that help? So we can't just.
And I was going to say, and the commissioner has unequivocally said, and again, he's the individual who negotiated with the statewide associations, and there's certainly questions about a statewide organization be able to bargain on behalf of a local bargaining unit. But it's the statement has been repeatedly made that we need to use all 10 up front unless you agree something different with your local union.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought the wording was different. The 10 days up front if they went back to school it was what I thought it had stated.
No.
So I'll go. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, the MOU is very clear. I mean, I think if we came up with a different agreement with the TRTA, I don't know who would push back on that. But the statement last week we met was they wanted all 10 days up front.
Haley?
So this is more on a cohort application to this. If we were, personally, I think whenever we start is definitely more of a negotiation matter with the teachers than it has anything to do with the students. But if we were to start on a Wednesday, I feel like that would, or a Tuesday even, I feel like it would put us at like a disadvantage. And if we're going to start on a Wednesday, we should adapt the cohort schedule so that that Wednesday would be everyone remote, and then cohort A and cohort B both get 1 day in person and 1 day online remote for that week. Just so that everyone can get acclimated really quickly, see what it's going to be like, have that weekend to reflect, and be ready to go into it again.
Good point. Thank you. Paul Lees has his hand up, but he's gone.
I don't think I don't think I did my job and lowered his hand when he.
Okay. All right.
Now he's gone. Oh, he's back.
Now he's back. Paul, did you have something else to add? Your hand was still, no, okay. Just checking.
I didn't do my job.
Anybody else? I mean, the one thing I would say is that I feel like we, parents, families, everyone who takes care of students, and students themselves need an answer tonight. I don't think this is something that we can, say, well, we want to go 8 days and then not end up being able to negotiate that and have to, bump the first day of school out another 2 days later in the month. Yeah.
So
I was gonna. I'm sorry.
Does one of us need to make a motion that we do not start the school before September 2nd and that we'll revisit it on Wednesday night when we come back to our next meeting and make a decision?
If it's that open, I guess we can do that. Up to the committee, will of the committee. So, and I don't know if Paul Mayette had anything to add there. He had a hand and then.
No, I was just going to say that while normally I would agree with the eyes glazing over after a limited amount of professional development, this is anything but a normal year. Teachers will not have been able to begin planning until tonight, and they may need more time, depending on what that looks like. But I could see there being more value in that, in those extra days than there might be under other circumstances.
So can I get a motion for the first day of school? Paul Goldner?
I'd make a motion to have the first day of school be Wednesday, September 16th.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Linda? Okay. Any further discussion on that? All right, seeing none, I need a roll call vote. Of course, lost my roll call list. Erin?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Paulise? No. Okay, thank you. Linda?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Paul Mayette?
Yes.
There you are. Tina? Yes. Okay, and I'm a yes on that as well. So the first day of school will be September 16th. All right, so before we wrap up, Brian, are you going to get us an updated or amended version of the final plan tomorrow, early Wednesday? You're muted.
It's muted. I will tell you, I will start at the crack of dawn tomorrow. I'm going to sleep at some point tonight, but I will start tomorrow, and as soon as I have it ready to go, I will get it to you. Obviously, there's definitely some tweaks about adding language about grading and certainly some things to tweak in the plan. I didn't hear any, tell me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear there's any kind of wholesale changes to the plan as far as the 3 models. Some good questions that I think we can add some clarity to, but drafting the executive summary in that opening letter, confirming the first day of school on the 16th, and also will include, again, it'll be a proposal at that point. I'm not going to send this to families ahead of time because this will have a proposal that you need to see and understand and unpack first in regards to the schedule and those kind of set points. So that will be all teased out. So my goal will be before the clock strikes 12:01 on Wednesday morning. So sometime by late, like DESI standard, like 10:22 p.m. tomorrow night would be my goal.
Not the
but it's not Friday. That's right. So it's
I was
not,
gonna say, and
yeah.
those are not the footsteps we want you following.
No. I would say as hopefully tomorrow, but absolutely at the worst case on Wednesday morning.
Okay.
I just
All
want it to be
right, thank
done. I want to make sure it's real and complete.
Yes. So I just want to say too, I forgot to say this at the beginning of the meeting, even though I usually do, although I think it was kind of addressed along the way, that this is a meeting of the school committee in public, not with the public. I have lots of chats. So if you sent a chat, they're going to be gone when this meeting closes. If it was important feedback, if it was questions, feel free to send it into the school committee at schoolcommittee@tritonschools.org, and we'll get you an answer back as fast as we can. Or if it's feedback, I don't know if it's something that's going to apply to Wednesday night, but if it does, you know, it'll come out to all the members of the committee, and we'll be able to take that under advisement as we vote that final plan on Wednesday. So again, that's schoolcommittee@tritonschools.org. Paulise, are you just waiting to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I figured you might be.
Second.
Second for Paul Goldner. All right. And I need a roll call vote to close the meeting. Erin?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
Yes.
Maureen?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Paulise?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Tina? Tina's a yes.
She's a
Okay.
yes.
And I'm a yes as well. So thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you to everyone who put in the work to get us to this point. And I will see you back all on Wednesday.
Kaylee has her. Kaylee.
So what? What'd you say?
Kelly was trying to say something.
Oh, Kaylee was? Sorry,
Yeah.
Kaylee.
I just wanted to say that I would like to address the community and the committee and say I'm sorry for getting so emotional tonight. I should have stayed more level-headed, but thank you for
Emotions are not a bad thing, Kaylee.
I was going to
Emotions
say,
are not a bad thing.
and Maureen and I are usually the criers, so it's it's nice to have somebody else in that role for a while.
You care about it.
Thank
Don't
you, Kaylee.
apologize for that.
That's right. Don't ever
No.
apologize. All right. Have a
All
good
right,
night, folks.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.